All right, there we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, Starfighter. I hope Hakuto R made it. Think, you know, anytime we I'm hopeful on the repeat that they've taken the learnings, they understand what they need to do for a more consistent landing, and that the software can do it this time. What are we doing today? This is always a question that I am asking myself. What does the to-do list say? So last time, yeah, we got nitrogen for some reason. We needed nitrogen for something. Now it's here. Filtration media to improve nitrogen. So we've got a filtration media build, and we're doing filtered nitrogen here. Or we've switched the recipes to filtered nitrogen. It hasn't gotten its first delivery of filtration media yet. But I realized that this was going to back up on oxygen if we were just doing the simple recipe, so filtration media it is. And then nitrogen... Yeah, nitrogen feeds into here where we're making activated carbon. That's right, we needed nitrogen for this process. I'm assuming that loop is nitrogen positive. I didn't actually check that, but it's gotta be. Thinking through how little nitrogen this uses and how much nitrogen you get from a filter. I mean, I guess I could double check this in YAFC. It didn't even occur to me that I had created a loop, so I should double check it. Alright, so we make filtration media. We're going to use the filtration media for nitrogen. And then if we use our nitrogen to make activated carbon, that is very activated carbon positive. Okay, or it could be nitrogen positive if I wanted to unlink nitrogen and link the activated carbon. Yeah. Alright, we're good. I assumed that would be the case, but it is good to see. Activated carbon is really just a sink for coal dust, I think is why I set it up, or it's a sink for something else. Oh, it was a sink for the zinc plates, wasn't it? Because we were getting the zinc plates as a byproduct of something that spits out zinc plates as a processing step. That's steel. Oh, it was the rare earths spit out zinc plates as part of their processing. If I can find my rare earth processing. Yeah, here we go. So this is, well, it's currently full on rare earth oxides, which is great. But this is the system that was going to make too many zinc plates, so I needed a zinc plate sink. So I decided to turn it into activated carbon and filtration media. And then I realized I needed nitrogen. Okay, I remember. I've refreshed my cache. So we're kind of back to moving towards artificial blood, and we need artificial blood for korlex, for our space cows, so that we can, well, make science. Korlex milk is a necessary ingredient in the next tier of science. Towards that end, for making artificial blood, invalidation is the hard part. My trick is I just invalidate my cache constantly. I just forget everything, and then I just have to reload it. It's great. So yeah, lots of ingredients for artificial blood. We actually have a lot of this ready to go at this point. We have to do cyanic acid, but we already have ammonia on base. We need to make decalin. We have most of what we need for that. We have most of what we need for the cobalt extract. The big thing that we're missing at this point is the albumin. Or albumin. It's got to be albumin. I refuse to say albumin. And for that, we need blood. The best source of blood, and like, you can go through all of the creatures that I can currently full render that give me blood. And you get the most blood per creature from, well, I can't do korlex yet anyway, but even if I could, you get the most blood per creature from Augs. So we're going to set up getting Augs on rails. If I need to, I can even set up more Aug poop production if we need more manure. I'm not sure if we do or not. And then, well, we will eventually need manure. I'm not sure if I'll end up using Augs to make it, because I think we can also use other things for manure. So we'll have to see if we have better manure options. But for now, we're making Augs for slaughter because we want their blood. So we're going to have to get that set up, and then as we set up sort of centralized meat processing, we're going to have to figure out how we want to do all of the train stations and the storage for all of these things, and how all of that goes to you know, how all of the different animal components get processed, get turned into things, and get pulled in to be used. Because like right now, as soon as I start slaughtering these guys, we're gonna have a ton of meat, ton of guts, lard, brains, all of that spoils. Most of it spoils into jerky. You know, we might be able to feed some of it back into the belt base for science or whatever, but I think we're also going to need to figure out uses on rails for a lot of the animal products, and that's just going to take a little bit of time to get moving and to get set up. But yeah, that's the goal today, is to have some reasonably scaled AUG build, maybe AUG food as well. I didn't do their food off of rails. I don't know if I want to do it or not. Here we go. How bad is their food? Their food is not that bad. Yeah. 12 paddocks to make 1 a second. Let me see how many of other animals I'm currently making, just kind of to get an idea of the scale. What is this? Could not find train, could not find a train. Yeah. So, what have I set up for animals? We've got, that's not animals. This is making food. Animals are down here? Yeah. So Vrox are scaled at, what is this? Why don't we have rock food? That's weird. Just saw we were making plenty. No, rock food broke again. Oh, and it broke on BioCrud again. Okay. Oh, this stinks. Okay. I might need to redesign this, because we're clearly getting issues. So all of these, the cellulose input to this is balanced. The agar is what? 1 agar in 5 seconds. We make 4 agar in 5 seconds. That's 8 in 10 seconds. And this uses, yeah, 8 in 10 seconds. So, like, this is balanced. And that's the thing that's frustrating for me, is that this is ratioed, but it keeps breaking. And I'm not sure why, but I do definitely need BioCrud to be dealt with. Have I unlocked crud pyrolysis? Oh, BioCrud to... Wait, you can recycle BioCrud to biomass? I don't think I realized that. Here we go, crud pyrolysis. This is... the problem is that I'm not really ready to deal with a lot of these side products yet on Rails. Like, I think this is great. Like, tar is great. We need a bunch of stuff from tar. Syngas is great. We always need syngas. We're gonna always need CO2. We're gonna always need carbon black. You know, CO2 is one of those things that I often build on site just because I do have these guys. But like having it available on Rails for places where it doesn't make sense to build it all is fine, right? Like here, we're delivering it to wood for whatever reason. You know, any place where we would need more than 1 or 2 greenhouses making CO2, I should really be shipping it in, I think is the answer there. But at any rate, all of that is stuff that we need. But I'm just not necessarily ready to deal with all of this on the rail base. It goes into this fertilizer recipe, which actually just needs urea as an input. Because you can get ash from biomass, you can get biomass from biocrud, and seaweed is ZI. It's just water. So, like, if I was to bring in a belt of biocrud, we want to make fertilizer from it. We're also making our biomass from compost and biocrud. We're making our ash from biomass. Yeah, this will still run like 5 machines and make 10 fertilizer a second. Okay. That is a lot of high-pressure furnaces to make the ash. That's... and a lot of compost plants, too, actually. How much seaweed is this? Let's use the fancy recipe. Why not? 20 seaweed farms. Okay, this is a big build. I'm sure it's not the most efficient way to make fertilizer. How much urea do we need, though, from... liquid manure, from... Ulrich's Or, I guess from Augs. Okay, that's not that much manure. Only 6 hog paddocks worth of it. And they need their own inputs, but these are fairly low. Whatever. Biomass, though, is also something that we have being made on its own in at least one place. And it's a spoilage product for multiple things, right? So we're making biomass here. Oh, look, it's already backed up. So is this. Okay, I'm going to have to fix that. But also, you know, I've got at least one of these things, like here, where we're pulling... Apparently here I'm doing recycling. Because we're spoiling anyway to make this loop work, I think, for the Ulrich food. I don't remember. But, like, up here... Where does this belt go? This belt goes to here, where it's presently just making a mess. We've got some bio-crud, we've got some bio-mass. I don't know what makes bio-crud as part of this loop. I'm confused. But at any rate, this needs to be dealt with, and I didn't really leave room here for enough train stations to do that. I can probably route some stuff over here for pickup stations, because this is pretty minimal. Yeah, I should be able to fit a couple of stations over here. I could probably fit one more leg here, so I can route some of this stuff out where I should have dealt with it better ahead of time. But, like, yeah, if we can route the biomass and the... Or we actually engineer a multi-product station. That is true, too. That sounds like work. Work harder, not smarter. That's the phrase, right? And up here where this is broken, we can absolutely get a bio-crud pickup. There's plenty of space here for the bio-crud pickup. So actually, maybe we just route this over here, and we can do all the pickups here. I don't think this should have bio-crud in it. I think I dropped a few things in here. But I think this should just be biomass and fluorospalanin. And then... yeah, I think we do a... bio-crud to fertilizer, because I have been avoiding using some recipes that need fertilizer. Because I didn't want to make it yet. Like, we needed fertilizer to start upgrading our sap trees, we needed to start upgrading our seaweed, and it looks like to start upgrading our moondrops. Oh, and even to grow our first Yadals. Cool. So yeah, we'll want to get some fertilizer going anyway. So I think... we build some scale of fertilizer that's going to bring in a bunch of these things. We build... I think I want to build... I don't know. I don't know which of these in-between parts I want to build and which I don't. Because, like... we have ash available, I think, on rails in at least one spot now. If I can remember where I was making heat. Yeah. Although, not that much ash yet. This might be the only place we're making ash on rails at the moment. In which case, it'll be hard to keep up, of course, with... oh, no, we've also got ash, some ash here. Although that is still, again, only 4 stacks or whatever. This also needs to be directed someplace and made a pickup station, because right now it's just a garbage dump that's not going to work right. And it will back up eventually. So I should fix this. I should fix... Oh, there's a lot that needs to be fixed. I don't need to fix this now. There's still plenty of space in it. I could put that off for a little while. I need to fix rock food, because it's broken multiple times now. And it's just all backed up on biocrud. Oops. So that needs to be done. And we can get that routed down to a station here and get it picked up, and that'll be fine. I just need to have whatever I want to use as a sink for it. Crud pyrolysis is one that I was thinking of. You know, power from hot molten salt is an option, but not a great one. Biocrud reprocessing is fun, quote unquote, but like, I'm just not prepared to deal with all of this in one station. Fertilizer is good, compost, and then these are future... Yeah, that seems like it's purely a recycling recipe here. This turns the B-type molasses into A-type molasses. Which you can use for sweet syrup. Or filter back to the B-type. Interesting. We can actually do this soon. We're gonna research. I think we have access to ethanol as a tech? Maybe not. Yes, I just haven't researched it yet. So we could do this stuff. This molasses... No, we can't. We need the next science. Never mind. And then these are all more power recipes. Yeah, so I think the options are crud pyrolysis or fertilizer. And fertilizer seems easier in the short term. Not sure if that's true or not, but... we do just do this. The problem is that we're going to fill up on all of these fluids very quickly, and I'm just not ready for them yet. I'd have to set up tar processing. Pyrolysis, maybe. Oh, biocrud. Input, a belt of it, and the usage. Logs will bring in, red hot coke will make. 500 degree steam is... an interesting one. Because most of these recipes don't make steam that's 500 degrees. And this doesn't think that I can make more expensive steam? Okay, so I'd have to bring in geothermal water. That's the only way. That is interesting and awful. Because, yeah, all of these other ones that make steam as a byproduct are making 250-degree steam. Okay. Oh, and that's 3 heat exchangers worth of geothermal water? Yeah, okay, so this would be like all of my geothermal to process a belt of crud. Which, I mean, hey, maybe is fine, and maybe that's what I should do. Like, do I need my geothermal for electricity anymore? I don't think we're making that much of our electricity from geothermal. I think I could disconnect it and the base would be fine. So we could absolutely route all of this in to crud pyrolysis. And then we'd have whatever, pressurized water, water pumping, heat for these guys. We may as well run off of, yeah, coal power plant, because we're going to have coal and ash to deal with here anyway. Coke oven gas. I don't know what I did with coke oven gas as a byproduct from my other red hot coke processing. Where's bees? Red hot coke. Coke oven gas. It literally goes nowhere. I don't know what I'm doing with it. Where's bees? This bees? Oh, I'm just burning it off. Which I can't do anymore. They fixed the ability to just void burnable gases like that. It'll make flue gas, coke oven gas. So, yeah, I would have to either go to, I mean, a hot air is an option, right? I can route this to a hot air build. Nested table. Because I do need more hot air. That is absolutely a thing. And then the 100-degree coke oven gas, we kind of have to figure out a use for. But then the question is, can I find uses for all of this stuff? Bio-oil goes to condensates, or, yeah, so this is just like normal oil processing. Or I can turn it directly into coal. Okay. I mean, syngas goes to lots of things. Syngas is always good to have. Tar. Carbon black goes into rubber. And the question is, like, how much rubber do I have to make to use all of this carbon black? And how much, like... how many Vroks do we have to slaughter? Two Vroks a second. Oof. To keep up with the carbon black produced by pyrolyzing a belt of biocrud. More if we go for better rubber recipes, but like... and that is the thing with going with crud pyrolysis here, is that I'm gonna have It's like, sure, I can make hot air. Hot air's fine. That's a reasonable byproduct. But down here... I don't know. I think that I have the... No, there's no way that we have the scale to do 2 Vrox a second. I don't know what that actually turns into as far as, like, making Vrox. But even with Vrock Mark IIs, yeah. No, it's too much. There's no way we can keep up with that carbon black production. So I think that that tells me that crud pyrolysis is no good. At least not as my, like, main sink for biocrud. Which leaves, if we go back to YAFC, or not YAFC, the other one, FNEI, there's this, but, like, we need a fuel to go with it. There's biocrud reprocessing, which, like, some of this stuff just spoils right back into biocrud, and some of it does not. And some of it spoils into other things. It's just an absolute mess. It's maybe useful, but it's also really hard to deal with because a bunch of these things are things that I would use as, like, intermediates. Fertilizer, which is seeming better and better. And then, yeah, composting, and then to wastewater. So I think it has to be fertilizer. All right, I've convinced myself it's fertilizer. So this is the loop. And then the question is, how much do we want to, like, do on site? Like, I think what I'm gonna want to do is set up, like, we'll set up a fertilizer build that'll take all of these things, like, by delivery. We'll get everything on rails, right? Ash and biomass and biocrud and urea and, well, maybe not the seaweed. The seaweed we might build locally. And then everything else we'll do a central station that is biomass to ash, and we'll do another central station that's biocrud to biomass, and we'll just have to balance the priorities right so that we're not pulling from, we don't want to pull from the biocrud biomass if other biomass is available. Similarly, we don't want to be pulling from the biomass ash if we don't have to. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe we always want to pull from these if they're available, but only push to them if they're lower priority. Or if there isn't other demand. I'm not sure. I'll figure out the priorities. But I think this is what we need to build. We just need to set it up properly at the right scales. And I think for several of these, it's just going to be like a belt's worth, and then we'll just, like, see what we get. Yeah. So, like, here, we'll set this up to do a belt's worth of biocrud. I set fixed ingredient consumption. You'll do a belt into biomass. Sure. You know, biomass to fertilizer. I don't know what we want to set this scale as. That's the wrong fertilizer recipe. You know, we'll probably scale that based off of, like, this number of seaweed machines or something like that. You know, something, well, that's more than 20 biomass a second, so maybe we go down to, like, although we actually can go up to, now that I think about it, we can go up to 20 a second on these things as long as we use stack inserters. So that is an option, is to get stack inserters figured out so that we can get a whole belt or a stacked belt of some of these byproducts going. And then, like, limestone we would make on site. Yeah, we'd bring in saline water, we'd bring in CO2, we'd bring in these. We have extra biomass, that's fine. And then we'd also want to have a biomass to ash at, 15 a second. Yeah, 30 high-pressure furnaces just in an array, turning a belt of one thing into a belt of another thing. So yeah, this would be a station. This is an easy station. We void this water. Oh. There it is. We void this water. Urea we still have to make, but we'll get that... Now, if we make this a nested table, how much liquid manure do we need here? If we use the food... Yeah, only 3 a little more than 3 paddocks worth. So I think this is fine. This is a few different stations. We've got the biocompost station, which expands it, which isn't good, but hey. And then we'll have... Actually, maybe we want to do that on site. If it expands it so much, maybe we do it on site. Like, if we travel better as BioCrud, and we just do this from BioCrud. And if we were able to bring in a stacked belt, clear fixed building count, and what else did I set fixed? Clear fixed ingredient. There we go. That is too much biomass in the whole loop. But if I set this to exactly a full stacked belt, yeah, 15 compost plants. Wow. Turning 23. Okay, this is too big of a build. 60 furnaces. Yeah, let's go back down to like a normal belt instead of a stacked belt. And this is what I had before, right? We bring in biocrud, we compost, we ash it, and the ash, the biomass, and the biocrud all go into fertilizer along with seaweed. Limestone, the water void are easy to do. And then we'll need to get this all set up and running. A small setup of OGs, and that means we need to get our OG food build done, or I need to use the recipe without food. But I do kind of want everything to be running on food in the fancy version. So, like... you know, however many of these guys we want to be making here, we're going to need... and we need to decide how much manure we want, like, available on rails as well, and if we want to ship it around as manure or as liquid manure. But yeah, if we're making the OG food, let's just do like 3 of these, because it looked like we needed almost 2 for other things. Moss from all of this. Yeah. Muddy sludge locally, soil locally, water pumping. We bring in CO2, we bring in stone. Plastic bars, I don't know if I have on rails yet. Native flora will do. Releasias, we do... How big is this? This is a big Releasia build. This is a big Releasia build. Maybe I don't do Aug food. Oof. Yeah, what if we don't do the food recipe then? Let's just do manure from here. Okay, yeah, 4.5 instead of just over 3. So I think we can do this. The problem is that now I need to have the Augs and the Aug manure and everything else like up and running before I can get the BioCrud recycling going, which is I might be able to feed in urea from something else, only from wastewater. And I don't think I have a good recipe for wastewater right now out of, like, no. I mean, fish and fish eggs make a little bit, but not a lot. Alright, so yeah, I think we need to make this build, this 4 fluidized bed reactors. And then the associated seaweed that goes with it. So this is gonna be just the fertilizer build itself. And then we'll have another build that turns biomass into ash, and another build that potentially turns biocrud into biomass, because I don't know if my biomass and biocrud production rates are matched. They're probably not. We need a lot more biomass than biocrud. So we'll do this build separately, this ash from biomass, even though it's a 1-to-1 build here. And then if I make this, if I link this, create nested table. Now we do the void this water. Up here, can we add water pumping again? Hey, there we go. Although really, these are both part of seaweed. So let's do this. And this, okay. And then we'll do one more build. Of the biocrud composting. Here we go. Maybe not quite 8 composters. We might do like 6. Because we're going to assume that we can bring in a little bit of extra biomass. So if we do this at like 6 composters, 24 a second, sure. That'll work with stacked belts. Alright. I think this is what we need to do. So we're going to have 1 build, 2, 3 small... Well, relatively small. I mean, this is still... We're not going to do this. We're going to set this to... Yeah, belt in and a belt out. And then here, it's actually not 4, is it? Was it 3.75 is exactly 15 a second? Sure. But we'll have other sources of ash in the network, and we'll have other sources of biomass in the network. So, like, these two builds won't be running all the time. They're really just additional ways of down-converting biocrud into biomass and biomass into ash so that it all turns into fertilizer eventually, right? That's what we're going for. So let's get to work on this, and then we'll have to start to get urea available somehow. And we'll go from there. So I'm going to head up here. Let's get all my requests in while I'm thinking about it. Seaweed crop facility. Fluidized bed reactors. And let's see, 2 soil extractors. And an outfall. All right. That should be the shopping list. Well, plus 150 seaweed. There we go. That should work. Okay, let's head up to base and let's see what we can grab from that stuff. And this is everything I need for, like, all 3 builds, although we're also going to want... Sorry, as far as train stations go... do I have everything I need for train stations? I'm probably going to need some more train stops and some more cybernetic combinators, and those need circuit boards. So those are up at base 2. Okay. Up we go, then. Okay. We've got... on the way 6, on the way 13, so we'll need to make some more of those. Fluidized bed reactors we apparently just don't have. Outfall we'll make ourselves. Nope, we're not making them. Okay. So we'll have to craft those ourselves, too. They're relatively easy to craft, at least. Yeah, there's no problem with those getting the things they need. I can craft 4 of them by hand, so I will. Let's see. On the way, 14 out of 15 seaweed crop facilities. There's the last one. On the way, 6 of these. So we just need a few more high-pressure furnaces, really. And that's some iron plates and circuits. And everything else is on the way. 28 out of 30, 13 out of 15. All right, just a couple more of those on the way. Is there anything else I can dump from my inventory that I don't really need? I don't know, not really. Come on, bots. We need just like one more of each of those. You can do it. I believe in you. $29, $14. Come on. Trying to see if I can see there's one coming up. Oh, nope, you've got a pipe. Never mind. But yeah, they're around. There's bots charging. It's just hard to tell what might be bringing me the things I need because there's, you know, enough other bots scattered around doing other things. Alternatively, I just do that and call it done. Because I don't want to wait around any longer. Alright. Let's, this is a good place to do this. It's not a terrible place to do it. Alright. So let's go ahead and do, I don't know. Let's start with... And like I said, I kind of want to set up all of these things as... Well, maybe not. Maybe I just set them all up as requests and just, like, prioritize the belts that flow through. So, like... Start here. We'll have, like, this request sash. And then right below it... Or maybe we'll flow through in the other direction, right? So... No, I'm gonna do them separately. I'm gonna do it separately because that way the ash and the biomass can be made available elsewhere on the network. So yeah, let's get this going here. We're gonna have oh, I forgot how big composters were. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. And each of these is taking in... let's see. I need to leave a gap for, like, power, don't I? Oh, Twitch is about to start an ad. I will see everybody in just a few minutes. When the ad's over, I'm just going to work on this build because it's not complicated. Yeah, so we're going to have... Oh, of course, that doesn't reach. Would it reach? Alright, welcome back from the ad break, folks. There is absolutely nothing interesting that has been done. I am just working on this build here. So this is going to be composting biocrud into biomass, and then making that biomass available over here. And that build is, I guess, done. The next one will be turning biomass into ash. And then the next one after that will finally be the actual fertilizer build. As far as the priorities of these go, this is a low priority pickup. Sorry, a low priority drop off, and then I think it needs to be a high priority pickup. And what that'll mean is that if there's nowhere else for biocrud to go, we turn it into biomass. If we have biomass from biocrud, we need to use it because we need to get it out of the way so that our last resort biocrud processing is available. I think that's what makes sense. And then, you know, if there's no biocrud available to turn into biomass, then we'll be using other biomass sources, of course. But yeah, this should be the sort of last resort biomass or last resort biocrud processing, and then preferred to keep the biocrud unblocked. I should really have an unsignaled straight section that I use for adding these side lanes. Alright, down here is biomass to ash. So this requests, again, it's a low priority because it's a last resort sink. And that'll request the biomass. And then that is one belt of biomass. Coming out to 30 of these guys, which is a lot. Yeah, biomass to ash, and then there's going to be a water output, which, like, for once we'll probably actually be able to properly deal with. Half an item per second, that's just one of these. All right, we've got just enough space for that to all fit. It's great. Oh, I forgot to put... Shoot. Okay. Yeah, these guys need power. They also all need outserters. And then this is each half a belt, so these can merge themselves together here. Then again, we'll come up and we'll go underneath here. To a pickup station. Oops. And I'm going to have to go collect a bunch more stuff to finish building this, but that's okay. Okay, so this is biomass to ash, and again, the biomass is a low priority drop-off, but the ash is a high priority pickup. And then lastly, we're going to need the actual fertilizer build. And I'll get to that in just a second. Let's see. Could not find Yamato. Alright. Well, I think we just need to wait. There's probably just no trains available. Yes, but no. Yamamoto. What is wrong with this station? Our request threshold is 20 stacks. We're requesting a total of 30. Is something... Why is it not issuing a train? There's fully fueled trains. Does it have to do with where we have the biomass available? No. This is just a standard provider station. What did I do? Request threshold is 20 stacks. Fix the train limit in a couple places, but I'm very unsure why it's not issuing a train here. That concerns me. See map for more details. Yeah, except what is there to see? Biomass. Quest, 30 stacks. I don't know why this is broken, and it worries me. Possibly there's just a train routing issue? Oh, of course there's a train routing issue. Yeah. There's no route to this station. Because I'm an idiot, and I haven't done this part yet. And watch the error magically go away. Hopefully. Okay. The last thing we need to do, I actually don't want to do this part just yet. We're going to do one more straight, just because of how much input the... Ooh, this is going to be close. Just because of how much input this, we have as far as the ash and the biomass, and then the urea and the biocrud. I'm going to do more than one drop-off station, which I don't usually do for a build, but I'll do it here. So this one is going to request ash minus 60 stacks and biomass. And then the next one down is going to request biocrud and urea. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll do this as... Yeah. Do like 90 there, 30 there. And same down here, we'll do the biomass. And the biocrud. There we go. Okay. And then for each of these, let's clear this. We need to bring out... I mean, this is a whole belt of ash plus... It's weird what the belts end up being. Which is kind of why I did it this way. Okay. So this is going to need... whole belt of biomass plus literally one inserter of whatever the other thing I put in this one is, the biocrud. And then like that, that's fine. Up here, we're gonna do these guys are all ash. And then one of the urea. All right. And then if we take our 4... Here they are, fluidized bed reactors. 1, 2, 3, 4. Making this fertilizer recipe. We're gonna have 2 of these guys on each. And our output is, I think we can get away with 1 red. And here... Again, 2 inputs. Can definitely get away with red input here. From this thing. There we go. I think that'll be what I want it to be. And then we just need the solid pickup on this side. There we go. Make sure all my signals look good. And they do. Okay. And then this will be this output here. Up to this. That only needs, yeah. Okay. I think this is what I want, more or less. Just have to get, like, power in place. This is requesting at its correct priority. This is providing at correct priority. Why is this broken? I don't understand why this can't find a station, find a train that works for this station. Hey, good to see you. I really don't know why this doesn't want to work with this station. I'm gonna make a new combinator. Okay. Low priority station. Request threshold is 20 stacks. We assign to... Right, because this is set to use stack thresholds. Yes. We want biomass at 30 stacks. Did it work this time? I think it worked this time. I don't know what was different. But I'm going to bet that this train is coming right down here to where I've got biomass. I just want to confirm that that is the case. Oh, nope. It's going for something else. Never mind. It's going to stone. All right. Well, it's not yelling at me anymore, so that's a good sign. Still not sure. Oh, because this isn't plugged in. Nope. How is that set up differently from any of my other request stations? Let's find a request station real quick. 20. No group assigned. Yeah. We ask for 30 stacks. Our threshold is 20. And it could be a rail signal thing. My signaling is somehow screwed up. Doesn't look like it, though. Chain in, rail out. Chain in, rail out. Down here, all looks fine. We have all the right signals through. That worries me. All right, I'll have to see if any of the other stations yell at me. Because, like, if all of these are broken, then it does mean that there's some sort of train, like, navigation issue that I'll need to figure out. But I won't know that until I get more power poles and more inserters, and I can try to turn all those stations on. And once that is done... But once that's done, I still need to get urea available. Hopefully I've got enough blue inserters up here now. I think they should have built themselves fine. Is that everything I need? I think that was everything I needed. I could use more rails. Okay. Think that'll be good for now, and then I'll need to come back up when I start working on the manure build. But hopefully this can at least start to get some of these items into the network. Oh, wow, I just used 100 blue inserters. Cool. Oh, and it did figure out its station. It's not complaining anymore. Interesting. So there must have been maybe a missing track or something that my bots just put down? Alrighty. Oh, this is still missing one ingredient, because I'm an idiot. Unfortunately... Well, no. All right, there's that. And then I still need to put down the seaweed farms. I forgot about those. And that's going to look like... these need how much? Yeah, a blue each, unfortunately. Okay, that should work. And then we'll do like this kind of thing. And we need to put down a bunch of these seaweed crop facilities here. I think I'm going to do it up here because I've got the space for it. And I also need my liquid input for the salt water and... Out of... Oh, I'm out of landfill. Okay. No, that's a fluid pickup. That's not what I want. I want a fluid drop-off. Thank you. All right, so our requests here are carbon dioxide and saline water. And each of these pumps needs to be set to one of those. All right, I need landfill, and then I need to route these pipes out, and I need to get my... Oh, I didn't finish the water drain on this either. I need to do that. Let's get that up at this end. There we go. And then this needs power. Okay, so that's the water void for all of these guys. Where is this train stuck? Yeah, okay. That's fine. That's this right here. It's trying to deliver CO2. Until I get the, that rail down in place. So let me find... Oh, it's right here. I was going to say, I should have some landfill. All right, and that should fix that routing issue. Yes. So let's get... All right, there's CO2. Somewhere. Already lost the pipe. There we go. Wait, do I not have the better seaweed recipe yet? Am I an idiot? Don't answer that. Why does it think that I have a better seaweed recipe? Seaweed stage 2. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I haven't done any of this stuff yet. Okay. And that gets me this recipe. Okay. That's fine. We'll pull this stuff till after that. I didn't realize there was still stuff that was like that far not unlocked, like hidden at... Oh look, chromium stage 2. And queue that one as well. I didn't realize I had like a whole chunk of this tech tree blocked off still under this advanced mining facilities tech. All right. Well, that'll roll through. This may not... I don't know. I'll figure out the recipe. Let's see. If I do this... And I do... want to make seaweed. Don't really care. 1 second. The recipe we're going to use is this one. Then right-click, copy. No. Right-click, put into cursor. There we go. And this is going to tell me we don't have this recipe yet, but that's okay. So each of these puts out just absolutely tiny amounts of seaweed. I guess I could find out how many more I would need to not use this recipe, but, like, why? Train is stuck. No, a train is not stuck. It just does really take that long to fill up a whole train full of ash. These are big stacks. I wonder if I can figure out how to disable that. Or maybe I just lower the request thresholds for oh, one of these is set wrong. Is this train stuck? Oh. Yeah, this is all a mess because this train limit was set wrong. I fixed it just now. So we've got too many trains. Yeah, they're all backed up, but as this empties, it'll figure itself out. Oh, and this is emptying slowly because it doesn't have enough inserters here, so I do need to fix that as well. Good to know, good to know, good to know. What is this? This is CO2. Okay. Okay. And then, oh, I need to also connect these ones up and across. So let's do that. How do I want to do that? I didn't really leave space here, but I can fix that. Okay, that should all be what this needs. And then we do bop, 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 bop. Okay. I think that's right. Obviously, I need a lot more inserters to finish this build. And then we have to wait for this recipe to become available. My trains are all sad. They're all like, I'm stuck, I'm stuck. They'll make their way through. They'll make their way through more quickly if I go grab more inserters, though. So I'm going to do that. Let's see. There we go. 100 fast inserters. And then the... Let me think. I guess the next thing, we still need urea on rails. And I think we're gonna need liquid manure in several places. I'm not sure if we need... Well, I think we also need urea for several things. So we may end up needing to, like, make all of those intermediates available. All right, the trains are unstuck. All of these have everything. Well, no, not everything they need. I forgot that we need limestone as well. Yeah, that's fine. Make that work. Let's get a soil extractor here. I like this end. I am going to use these just to make my life easier, even though they are overkill. I could, you know, zigzag the belt or whatever, but I think it looks better this way. And then we also need to power these. And all of that right here, flipped vertically, goes right back there. Oh, I didn't realize I was out of these too. No! Okay. That, I think, is good, except we don't have the recipe for this yet. We're one short on seaweed facilities because we only need 15 for this, actually. I just, you know, put 16 down because it's a little more neat. It looks neater, cleaner. Neat as in clean, not neat as in nifty. So that'll run. This will back up. This should be running. Yup. This should be running? No. because the places where we have biocrud, we're not currently pushing it into the system. So let's start doing that. Let's get where we've got biocrud blocked up. Let's get it pushed into the system. And I think that's going to be... Here's one of the spots. Yeah, let's get this sorted. So this... Oh boy. What a disaster. Solid pickup station. And we're gonna run it down... I mean, I guess right to here. We may as well... And then these guys, we're gonna do that and that. So that is a belt of biocrud coming out. And then we're gonna just zig it down. All right, there we go. And that should get this unblocked. I think we should have consistent enough stone delivery now that we don't have to worry about this turning off. I hope. Oh, I didn't set the... I'll fix that. I didn't set the... What am I trying to say? I didn't put the modules in the seaweed. Oh, this also is set wrong, huh? Train limit of 1 in the future, and these guys will figure themselves out once they unload. Okay, over here. I was like, I just built this, and now I don't know where it is. Over here, we've got... the thing I just built. And I needed to fix, yeah, that thing, so that we have a full belt of this coming in. That's fine. This is good. We haven't gotten a delivery of biocrud yet. We will. And we haven't gotten a delivery of... it's low priority. That's low priority. Good. So we should get like a delivery of bio crud first to this. And then to... It'll just start going to this. And that is fine. It's like, yeah. I know this train is stuckish. There's not a lot I can do about that. The other train is stuck behind it. Everything else is probably just because the system is busy. Yeah, we've got 2 trains at the depot. The system really is just busy. Which is good to see, but... Okay, what else needs to be done here? I don't think anything else. I think we need to start thinking about urea and how we're going to get urea, whether that's... I mean, let's just first look at it. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff that uses it. It's used in biological samples, which I knew. I knew it was used for science somewhere. It's used in, oh yeah, fertilizer, ammonia, which we're going to need at some point, various things. Oh, you can turn it right into biomass, which makes no sense, but sure, why not? Oh, it's needed for the melamine resin. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we need it for a lot of things, is what I'm seeing. So we'll want urea on rails directly, is what I'm seeing. So in YAFC here, I mean, we probably can't make like a belt a second of urea. But if we could, what would it look like? Yeah, 4 of these machines from a lot of liquid manure from too many too many augs, too many augs, too many augs. Yeah, I'd like to do like a quarter of this, please. There we go. This is fine. And I think liquid manure is also something that we need potentially on rails. Like it is used for, yeah, depolymerized organics. Okay, not for a lot of other things. It's eventually used for moss and blah, blah, blah. So maybe we make liquid manure separately. Or like have a separate liquid manure station for the depolymerized organics and just ship it solid manure. Oh, but solid manure expires. Liquid manure doesn't. That is also important as far as like what we're holding on to and where we're shipping it. It spoils after a long time. It's 5.5 hours. And it turns into rich clay, which is useful. But, yeah, we're going to need this manure bacteria. I know this is used for something. I remember seeing it. Is this in science? It's in Tufras, which might be in science. Anyway, we'll want a dozen of the og paddocks. We'll need to do moss. I mean, pretty normal these days. Yeah, it's like 1-to-1 moss farm to og paddock. That's interesting. I don't think I realized that. We'll make the muddy sludge on site. We'll do soil, water, blah, blah, blah. Do water barrels, blah, blah, blah. We'll do it near native flora. So yeah, our only inputs are the Zogna, the CO2, and the stone. Oh, and it's ad break time. When we come back from that, we'll start getting some of this stuff built. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Hello, welcome back everybody. I'm just getting started on the shopping list for the AUG build we were looking at. Still need to decide how much... let's see, how much moss do I need? 180. I still need to decide like what parts I want to build all together and what I want to separate, but that's not such a big deal, and we can certainly work on start to work on parts of it while we're waiting. All right, that's everything we're going to need. Oh, we're going to need one more seaweed farm, too. Because I want to get that put here. This red one is still these guys. Yeah, just waiting for this ash to unload. That takes literally forever. Okay. So let's head back up to base and let's stock up on, I mean, everything. I'm out of pipes. I'm nearly out of belts. Low on power lines. I'm low on inserters. We've got a lot that we need to grab. And then we'll start on this build for the manure. And then... have I done any of the things that I wanted to do today? I'm working on Augs. Well, no, I'm not. I'm working on Manure, which is different from having the Augs themselves available. Because I wanted these guys available for blood. But getting a lot of this other stuff that I've been working on done is going to help stop the rest of it from backing up, like, continuously. So, we will accept it. Gray inserters. We're going to want lots of gray inserters because we're doing fairly low volume stuff here. Gray inserters are here. Okay. Maybe some more reds. I don't go through a ton of reds, but I'll bump up to a full stack of them. Same with yellows. And then I have a stack of oranges. I haven't started to use those yet, but I have them if I need them. And otherwise, I think we're looking okay. Build some more train station stuff. I've got lots of rail signals, not as many chain signals. Let's grab another stack of chain signals. Actually, let's do that. Yeah, I think we're pretty much good to go here. Waiting for moss, waiting for moss farms, waiting for og paddocks. Oh, I don't have bioreactors available? Lovely. We might have to make those from scratch. As always, when we have something new to make... mixers, intermetallics. Okay. We should be able to make bioreactors. Just a matter of grabbing some lead, which I believe is put on here. All right, there we go. So I think we're just waiting for some of these buildings to show up, and they are all on the way. And then as far as where we actually want to build this, I'll probably go down here and set up another bunch of these for the Og manure farm. Because that's going to be basically a rebuild of what we've got here. Although maybe I should build it up at this scale. How big does Yafsi think I have it? Oh, so this is scaled for what I need for... okay. One machine making urea and one machine making liquid manure. Which is going to be more than enough urea for what I need. but it's maybe not as much as I want to build, like, og-wise, or manure-wise, even. Because, yeah, if we make the manure itself our... You know, we could do twice as many. Instead of 12, do 24. Almost 3 manure a second. We have 20 right now in the rail base that kind of feed everything, and they have largely kept up. Oh, and 20 is nice because it's one muddy sludge washer. Yeah, 2.2 manure a second. Maybe this is the thing. Maybe this is what we build. Just another copy of what we already had. Alright, yeah, let's go up to 20 instead of 12. I feel better about that. And same with the moss farms, and that means we're going to need 2 soil extractors, which is fine because we have plenty. And then... $300 moss. Okay, so we need to make some more og paddocks. What do I need for those? Stone and soil. Okay. Oops. Let's see. Stone. Oh, automatically gets. Whoops, turn off auto trash. Let's see here. Iron plate. Make another one. Yeah, I guess this is why I had a bunch of these being crafted specifically before. I used to have an og paddock factory up here somewhere. But I took it apart, I'm pretty sure. Did. Okay. Alright, well, for one thing, let's do this. But, yeah, I need 11 more of those. Do we have them up here, even? I know we have, like, rock paddocks. No, we're not even making them. Yeah, I don't think we're pushing stone into the system, really. So we'll need to do that as well. And we might need to be making bolts, even. Just so they're available. And then, yeah, we need to be pushing stone into the network, because I don't think I have stone available. I mean, this doesn't think there's plates available, which is silly. But, yeah, 0 stone in logistic storage. Yeah, where does this stone go? comes all the way over here and up to, oh, up to where we make rails. Okay. I think we can do like that kind of thing. Just to make stone available to the system. But I'm going to want to make more of these paddocks myself in that case. So, we need iron and we need soil. Let's see, why isn't this... Oh, because it's already full. Because stone just doesn't stack that well. That's fine. And then, yeah, I just need to keep grabbing the stuff I need for this, for these paddocks, I think. And I can keep clearing my inventory of some stuff that I don't really need. That I've somehow accumulated over time. That doesn't need to be a blueprint. I'm not sure why it is. Don't need that anymore. I don't need that anymore. Oh, I somehow have extra one of those. Okay, that gives me a little more room to work. Alright, we need 4 more of these things. They are not cheap. I have more soil, yeah, up here. I was gonna say, I thought I had, like, dedicated soil washers, and I do. They feed the Logimall. Back down here. More iron. Stone. Okay, that is all 20 of those. That was tedious. Hopefully the next time we need these, we will have them built. And then I'm hoping that stuck train is just the usual stuck train. Yes. Alright, it's almost cleared. I should adjust some thresholds for ash deliveries so that we don't get stuck trains anymore, but it is what it is. This is just going to keep downcycling biocrud to biomass, biomass to ash, you know, through this system. And then we'll end up with fairly compact, at least ash is compact. Even if it is all, I think biocrud to biomass is 1-to-1. No, biocrud to biomass is 1.33 to 4. Which is 3x. 1 1/3. Yeah. And then biomass to ash is 1-to-1. So that's 1.5 times, but then divide by 10. Yeah. So 0.15 times, ultimately. So it does get stored, you know, one of these is like 8 of... One warehouse of ash is like 8 warehouses of... or 7 warehouses of biocrud. So this system kind of chugging along is absolutely worth it. I'm surprised this is... I was going to say, I'm surprised this is working. But I think the issue is that I put down the wrong inserters on the outside. Because, yeah, these should be 2 blues on each of these feeding this. And then... this does need to be a double-sided belt. Okay, so that's broken. I need to fix that. Let's go get that fixed, and then we'll start building the OGs on rails for poop. And then once we have urea being fed in, we should have fertilizer, which is really just a sink for lots of byproducts at the moment. But it does, again, we're compressing byproducts, we're taking up less space, and we're prepping for things we're going to need in the future. So, where is this build? It's over here. And then we can clear all of these requests. Okay, so this needs to be redone slightly. These all need to be blue. There we go. That should work better. And... yeah, these are gonna, like... be fully saturated for a hot minute, just because all of this was backed up. But it'll rebalance itself shortly. Oh no, this is 8 items a second. No, we still need one of these. All right, this whole thing needs to be redone then. Let's do that, that. Then that. Let's do it that way. That should have it balanced now. I can't see what's going on back here, but I'm trusting that I did it right. Oh, that needs to be like that. All right, I think that's good now. That's 2 off of each of them. Yeah, that is going to drain. They are balanced properly. Cool. And then down here, let my bots do the thing. There we go. So I think, yeah, let's go do our actual, well, where do we have? Oh, I've got native flora right here. So yeah, this is a totally reasonable place to actually do the alg build, because we'll have native flora coming off of it. Cool. How's this going at emptying its... Yeah, let's go clean that up before I forget. Since its bio-crud has all been pushed away now. All of this is gone, this is gone, this is gone, these are gone. A lot of this is gone. Most of this is gone. There we go. And that should just be the... yeah, bio-crud will flow through whenever it gets made, end up down here, where eventually it gets put on trains. Around here, we do have a couple of stations that almost certainly are making biomass. I think that's okay here. Yeah, this relies on the spoiling and turns it into biomass and uses it for other things. I think it could eventually back up if there's too much biomass in here. We might need to get... Whoops, I did not mean to hit escape there. We might need to come up with a way to get biomass out of this. This could back up entirely on biomass if we're not using Ulrich food fast enough. Which could be bad. Because what can happen is if this is all biomass, then... Man, I had some, like, weird logic to this, didn't I? Oh, right, it would put in fluorospalanin if there was room, I think, so that it would spoil in here. I think is what I had it doing. Anyway, yeah, if this fills up with biomass to the point that this belt fills up with biomass, then this system jams. Which I don't think I had thought was possible, but I'm looking at it now and I'm getting concerned. So we'll have to see what that looks like in a few more hours. If it does back up, I'm not sure. And then on this side, the output from everything. Yeah, these are all turning back on slowly but surely. Does this request more than one? This does request extra stacks of stone. Okay. So this will try to keep itself saturated with stone. So yeah, this is all turning back on, which is fine. What was I looking for here? Right, I was looking for byproducts. We have this here, which I think the sap and moss and biocrud in this were just things that I dropped in there as I was doing things at random. So I think this is just effectively biomass is its only byproduct. We dump everything in here. We should let this spoil in here and then extract just biomass and feed that into a train station. And I need to find a spot for that station. Like I said, I think I can do it right over here and just route that through. It's a little hacky, but this is a very low demand area. Stuck train, you say? Oh, it's just ash again. Yep. I need to change that threshold so that we don't get stuck train alerts for ash. Or I need to fix my ash train stations so that they don't take so long. I could certainly look at switching them to stack inserters and see if that helps. Okay. So yeah, I think this should be working now, where we make the food. Nothing here to worry about. Over at the actual Vrox, I think I want to... I need to be routing biomass out of this. Do I need to do it at like a full belt speed? Probably not. Like, the most that comes in is however much of this we mine, right? And it'll be even less than that. And that is a whole... I mean, at most 2 miners. So, like, 2.5 items a second. Call it 2. Okay. So, the biomass... come off of that. Has to come... I guess we'll just go up. Solid pickup station. All right, so that's the biomass from Vrock production. The spoilage from that system now available to the rest of Rails. I've got some other spoilage or decay products that I don't think that I'm actually pushing out of the system yet because I don't have the infrastructure to handle them. But for now, this should keep this from ever backing up on too much fluorospalanin. Not that that was a huge risk before, but it's definitely not going to happen now. Ulrich's, on the other hand, like I said, I think this could back up too much. And I might need to say that, like, if more than... What's my logic here? Okay. So this outputs 7.9 minus whatever beta is. Beta is... oh God. Alpha plus the native flora, and alpha is flora and biomass. Okay. So that's 7.9 minus whatever's in here. These guys... yeah, that's making sense. What is gamma and omega? Gamma is the sum of those. Omega is a 1 or a 0. Which feeds... don't know where omega goes. Omega was an alert, wasn't it? It was supposed to trigger an alert if we had omega. Yeah, here it is. Programmable speaker. Oh, look at that. If biomass gets too big, we go. I don't think omega's used for anything. Could be wrong, but I don't think omega's used for anything. Oh, is it used for these guys? Okay, these are disabled if omega is true. And omega is true when gamma is greater than something, and beta, which is the sum of everything, I think there was supposed to be a number here, but I don't know what it was supposed to be, and I don't remember how this was supposed to work. So this, like, turns off or turns on fluorospalanin reprocessing when everything is full and fluorospalanin plus biomass is greater than... oh, I was supposed to put like a threshold in here. Okay. And I didn't. But I could. Yeah, I never got this, like, done correctly, did I? Okay. And then this has gamma. Gamma is greater than... I said 7.8 thousand, which is, like, if there's only 2 stacks of stuff that isn't flora, just start running flora recycling. Maybe that's overly aggressive. Maybe I should turn it on now. Like, maybe the threshold should be, like... beta is greater than... I see. We have all of these, like, partial stacks where it's pulled things. So I think this needs to be a little more breathing room in some of these numbers. There we go. And that'll turn on the reprocessing. Now, we want to make sure that this, yeah, only turns on at the 7,500 threshold now, not at the 7,900 threshold. Otherwise, these are just going to be constantly cycling. Alright, but recycling is on now. So this will do its best to start turning fluorospalanin back into flora and keep this system from backing up further. I should probably have some rule in here about... Yeah, it's fine. There we go. And that'll go for decay priority first. Is this just ash again? This is just ash again. Okay. Ah, it's nice to see things being turned into fairly compact forms. This should all just turn on once we get the necessary research done. Which is certainly slowish, but alright, we are still limited by tech throughput. Research is getting slower, but I just wanted to make sure that our labs weren't becoming a problem. But I think it's these guys. They are running as fast... They're not running as fast as they can. We have no... Eh? I'm surprised that this broke itself. I mean, I guess these two, if they're running full speed, can suck up more than one, I don't know, maybe it's fine. But we're definitely limited by this thing. Yeah, two of these will use 2.4 substrate a second. Which is, I mean, we'll call it about one of these guys. Yeah, which should run these two at full speed, pretty much. Which means that we might need another one of these right here, doing exactly the same thing. So, I can deal with that later, though. That's not super high priority. Like, science is running, so we don't have to think about it too much. Let's go make some manure. That's what I've been trying to do for a little while now. How am I doing on landfill? A little bit. Few hundred. This isn't a super wet area, though. No, we should be okay. Okay, so looking at YAFC here, our input is just stone and carbon dioxide, and potentially, eventually, dog food, because I can change this to the recipe that uses food, and we just get a boost in manure production from it. But right now, our whole input is stone and CO2, and we output manure and potentially biomass. So that is still 2 sections of track to get, you know, up to 4 stations or whatever it needs. But beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. The next thing... Okay, let's see what our stations are. So I think I was saying that, like, we need manure for multiple things. Well, really we need it for liquid manure, for urea, but, like, there's other stuff in here that uses manure. It looks like it's all pi AE stuff. But that's all, like, in the future. We're not... I mean, we could use this fertilizer recipe, but manure bacteria... I think manure bacteria are part of science somewhere. Yeah, here we go. They're an input to tufras, which we need for korlex milk. Yeah. But, like, both manure bacteria and urea and liquid manure, really, don't spoil. So, like... but this needs, like, a whole bunch of other inputs. Okay, we're not going to make manure bacteria on site. I think we just need to make sure that we deal with the rich clay, that we have a pickup station for the rich clay. And then we'll figure that out as we go. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So let's start with a couple of drop-off stations for solid drop-off there. And fluid drop-off there. This is just going to request stone, because of course it is. And this one is going to request carbon dioxide. All right, and that is all we should need for making... for making the moss input, and then we'll go from there for the rest of it. So the moss, we've got 20 moss farms. We're bringing in... we need to make muddy sludge, too. That's fine. So let's do the moss... I mean, just like right here is fine. And moss to... moss farms... inputs... we're making a total of 4 moss a second. Yeah. We may as well just do it all in a straight line. And then muddy sludge. CO2. And then the muddy sludge is... I mean, out to there, sure, whatever. Washer. There we go. Soil extractors, right into muddy sludge, right into these guys, and then down here, we're waiting for stone delivery. Minus 70,000, 60,000. Yeah, minus 10,000. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. We're fine. We're fine. And then each of these gets an input, and each of these gets an output. 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the moss output goes down there. All right, let's just copy all of that. 10, 15, 20. Okay. That should be that. We actually only need like 2 of these guys on this here. I'll do 3 for good measure, but 2 should be enough. So that'll start turning on... Oh, we need water. Let me find water. Okay. Oh, soil. I'm like, why is none of this turning on? There we go. And then I'll need to hook this water up. Oh, I forgot to grab empty barrels when I was at base. Shoot. Okay. Well, I'll figure that out later. And then... Well, I know what I can do real quick while I'm thinking about it. Why don't I have radar? Oh, there they are. Nope, I'm just blind. There we go. Radar coverage. So... I think that's fine there. I didn't check how much native flora mining... Oof, 8 flora collectors. I didn't even, like, prepare and build those, did I? We can make 3 of them. Okay, oh, and I have to hand-make inductors, too. Gross. Yeah, I forgot to grab the flora collectors. Alright, let's go back up to base. Let's grab the flora collectors that we need. And let's grab a bunch of empty barrels, too, because we're going to need the... Oh... No, we'll do that last. We'll do that last. Let's get the rest of the build done. Because, like, these guys are going to go here. Oh, nope, they are. There is a gap. Ah! The graphic is funky. Okay. Why would you do that? They're like a tile narrow, but offset. Ew. I hate it. Okay. So these guys make manure, but without food for now. We'll hook up food later. So I think this is going to be the usual, like, sushi belt kind of setup. And then, what are our inputs? Not a lot. So yeah, each of these can happily run off of just like one inserter, one outserter. And then the outserter will filter the empty barrels, will filter any decay products, and will filter any... Yeah, that's pretty much it. And then the manure, which is what we actually want. So we can drop that there. That is 5. 10. 15. 20? Oh, and Twitch is telling me that it is gonna start an ad. So I will grab a bit of water and stretch my legs, and when I come back, we'll finish getting this monstrosity built. See everybody soon. All right. Hello, YouTube and Twitch Turbo Gang, and other folks who don't see ads for other reasons. We got a couple more minutes in the ad break. I'm just getting some bits and pieces plumbed together here. This whole setup is pretty simple in the grand scheme of things, so it's gonna look a lot like what I did for Vrox up above, and I'll talk through it in a second when everyone else is back from the break. Oh, I didn't grab Augs as modules, too. Gonna have to fix that. Okay. All right, welcome back from the ad break, everybody. Just laying some simple belts and some power poles here, getting everything ready to go. I do appreciate folks sticking around through the ad break. I know the 3-minute ad is a long break, but I try to do just the one ad break an hour to minimize disruptions so folks don't have to have... Ooh, that's wrong. Sorry, to minimize disruptions and to make sure that folks don't miss anything from pre-roll ads or from getting a 30-second ad at an inopportune time. Easier. Just to run ads once an hour. I can make sure that I'm not doing anything exciting when they happen. And it gives me a chance to grab a little bit of water and stretch my legs once an hour as well, which is healthy. It's good to hydrate. It's good to stretch. All right. So this I set up previously to be... I set something like this up previously with the Vrock build. If I find that up here... Yeah, here we go. Each of these reads, and it loads in, you know, whatever we need. And I forget... I did it as, like, a ratio of how much of everything per second it uses. And in this case, that's a very easy ratio to do. But we'll do, like, 800 of this. And then the barrels, we need 400. And then this will be the native flora. Sorry. 1,600. Okay. But this is a long belt, so I think we have the space for it. Maybe not quite for it to be like 200 times. Maybe I should do like 150. So this would be 600. This would be 300. And this would be 1,200. That'll hopefully leave a little bit more room for stuff in each of these. Because, yeah, 800 is just a little bit less than half of what this whole loop can fit. So, going down to, like, we're like 2100 here. That might work. We might have to go even a little bit lower. But this should get things going. And then we need the fluorospalanin, we need water barrels, and we need these guys as modules, which I forgot to grab. So we're going to have to run back up to base and grab our native flora miners and the... grab the native flora miners, grab the aug modules, and we should pretty much be ready to turn on poop here, or manure. We just need to set up the various output filters and the... what are we doing? Oh, I'm out of belts. I'm like, why are they not building things? Okay, so we're going to have to take care of that. But our first output priority is going to be to empty barrels. That'll feed right down here. Oh, right down here. Right down here, even. Oh, well, of course. That should... yeah, that'll loop empty barrels. And then we're going to have 2 stations here. Oh, I'm going to have to remove some of these power lines. Repower things in a second. Alright, solid pickup station here. And here. One of these is gonna be manure. How much of this are we actually making? 2.2 a second. Alright. That's like 2 of these guys. That's manure. And then here is going to be... we're going to have a little bit of a thingy there. We'll build a warehouse. Because this could be both biomass and fluorospalanin. And then down here, we'll filter just to biomass. So any fluorospalanin that makes it through will sit in this warehouse until it's spoiled. And then it'll come off, come down here. That is... cool. That'll be biomass. I think the last thing... what do we need to do? We also will need potentially... oh, we'll need one more pickup station. Sorry. Because... this is a weird one. And this is the first time that I think we have this where, like, our main product can decay. So here we need to actually filter these as manure and use decay priority, I think. I might regret that choice. All right. And then if it spoils, we're going to have rich clay coming out. And that is... Actually, let's not even do that this way. Let's do this. Rich clay. That needs to be routed around as well. Kind of right through here would be like the ideal spot. Not that we should ever actually have a full belt of rich clay, but in case it somehow ever backs up, I want to be able to clear it quickly, so I'm being deliberate with overbuilding my blue inserters this time. It's not just because they've become my default. Okay. Now I think this just needs power. So what do we need? We need a bunch of belts, we need the modules for these guys, and we need miners. The flora collectors. 8 of those. And once I bring in the flora along here, which will be like... There we go. That'll be native flora in. And, you know... Here. Here. Up to the flora patch. This is where flora spollenin spoils into biomass, and then we have biomass available. Oh, both of these byproduct outputs need to be high priority. But this one can just be a normal priority because manure is what this produces on its own. All right, so we need a few hundred belts. We need the 8 flora collectors. We need a bunch of aug modules. We need 80 of them. We've already got moss in all of these. So I think we just need the aug mod... Oh, and empty barrels. We need empty barrels. Don't forget those. All right, up to base we go. Okay, barrels get made here. Think that should be fine. It wants 400 in the loop, so that's 8 stacks, plus some spares for what's going to be coming around. I think that'll be fine. And then belts. And do we have 8 of those? Probably not. Are we making them even? No. Keep finding weird old buildings that I'm not making. Flora collectors. Yeah, I can make these myself, though. Grab some burner mining drills. Let's grab some steam engines. Okay. We got those. What else do we need? I'd like to have a few more rails again before we head back down. Well. Oh. Full of stone. Oh, turn back on my auto trash. That's part of the problem. While the bots are doing their thing, let's look over here. So we're going to need to turn manure into urea. And that also means Zogna. Getting Zogna bacteria on rails, which we haven't set up yet either. Fortunately, they're pretty easy. I think we can even use burners for them. Although, it's an awkward ratio, so maybe not. And then... yeah, a bunch of other stuff that's easy to make. Create nested table. Move heat generation into that table. Petri dishes. I don't think we have Petri dishes on rails yet, but we can get them going. We have... well, we have some glass. We have molten glass. We have glass plates. I don't know if I have Petri dishes yet. But we have lamps, we have wood, and of course pressurized air we just make on site. So, like, making a bunch of Zogna on rails looks cheap. So we're going to have to get this build going as well. And hopefully this will be just, like, more than we could conceivably ever need. Well, not quote-unquote ever, but more than we'll need in the interim. And then same with making, like, again, this much urea. This, manure to liquid manure to urea process here with just 2 bioreactors. Should be fine. Okay. So let's, whoops, can I? There we go. Incubator. 5. Burner. 6. And of course, we don't have incubators. Why would we have incubators? Alright, we don't want to be making steam engines or small parts. Alright, I've got the burners, incubators, the flora collectors. I've got the 2 bioreactors. So the only other thing is figuring out the petri dish build. So let's look at that. Ouch. That's a big petri dish to build. I was like, oh, this is such a simple, easy Zogna build. Now the petri dish build is gonna, like, really stink, isn't it? Nah, it's not that bad. Oh, they're 1-to-1 even. That's not that bad at all. Okay. And then, again, seaweed. Another 20 seaweed machines. Alright. This will be that build. For petri dishes and empty petri dishes. We're going to have to do this over where we've already got molten glass, I think. So we're going to have to find a spot near that. Because I don't think I'm putting molten glass on rails right now. And I haven't even decided if I want to. So we can just go ahead and get this build made near there, and we'll pipe the glass over. We'll cheat a little bit. We won't do that on rails. But these, 10 factories and all this stuff will be easy enough to do. And then this is burning not raw fiber, just normal fiber. Yeah, the inputs to this Zogna build will be easy enough. And the inputs to Petri dish build will be easy enough. Once we make sure that it's all properly accounted for. There we go. And we're not going to use gasoline. We're using BTX as our fuel over here. Cool. So this is the... these 2 more prerequisite builds, and then Petri dish, and then Zogna, although we can do any of them in any order. We've already got lamp on. I'm not sure how much lamp we're making. Oops. Per second. Where's the lamp build? Oh, we're making a lot of lamp per second, is the answer. Okay, cool. Good to know. We have plenty of lamps. So yeah, is this glass? This is glass. There's not currently... yeah, there's not currently space here for any more stations. So I'll probably have to pull, like, off of here. And we can add a couple more stations. And then we can have a pickup. Or I could do it right here. Maybe that's better. Then we'll have a pickup spot for Petri dishes over there. Because we're also going to need to drop off the inputs, yeah, the CO2 and the saline water for the... whoops. Always do it at least once. High pressure furnace. 10 of those. Our seaweed facilities are going to need 200 seaweed. Yeah, those are all on the way. Those are... oh, I already have 10 in my normal requests. We don't need more. Seaweed crop facilities are also all on the way. Okay. And then for the Zogna, yeah, 5 incubators, 6. We need a pressure pump. I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing anything. I don't want to have to come back up here to get these builds done. A lot of electric boilers. 4 electric boilers. 3 soil extractors. I should... 3 glassworks. That's an important part of this. And... that should be everything. Okay. So we're just waiting for the bots to catch up on these various things that I need. It looks like most of the stuff is on the way already. Alright, and then as things get delivered, we can unrequest them. That way, if I come back up here later on, I don't want to get re-deliveries of stuff I don't need, right? Biomass can go away, a bit of soil can go away. I think we're just waiting for the moss, and the bots say they have a lot on the way. Or not the moss, seaweed, although I could do this. Now we're just waiting for a glassworks. Alright, we're not waiting for a glassworks anymore. Science? Oh no! Why is science off? How? We're out of rubber again? How are we out of rubber again? We're out of moss again. What? We have no stone. Why no stone? How no stone? Stone... The station is full. Why are we not... Oh, there we go. I was going to say, why are we not getting deliveries? It seems like we should be. Given that, again, that station is full. I probably want to request... What's the requests on these set to? Yeah, they're set to multiple, so it should be issuing multiple trains. You know, at any given time, it should be able to be issuing a stone train and a carriage train. Not sure. Have to think about that. But yeah, that's an issue. I think I kind of knew that, like, stone coming back into the base was a bit of a crapshoot, but I didn't realize it was going to be that. Yeah, okay, all of this pretty much has mined out, finally, as well, so that's going to restrict what we're getting through. Doesn't mean all of the carbonic oil should be shooting right down into our stone mine here. Which maybe I should allow multiple... I'll leave this one on 1. I'll put this one on 2. Because stone loads fast. It doesn't stack well. So even if we do end up with a train waiting here, it won't be waiting long. I'm okay with that. Yeah. Yep, just as I suspected would happen. But yeah, this is already pretty much done. So that'll go off, this one will come in, and now we can issue the next request, I think, for a train from that station, and that should help. I definitely recommend Factorio. Absolutely. You know, compared to Satisfactory, it doesn't have as much of like the creative building aspect. So that's a thing that, you know, if you're really into that part of Satisfactory, you know, obviously people do really cool creative things, but your palette is much more limited in Factorio. No, it's not hard to start at all, I would say. I mean, I played this game for years before Satisfactory was even a thing. Oh, I forgot the Augs again. And I'm playing, you know, heavily modded right now, so like all the stuff you're seeing me deal with is way more complicated than the than the base game. But yeah, it's very easy to get into, I would say. Especially if you already have experience with Satisfactory or any other kind of factory genre. Yeah, there's a really active modding community for Factorio. And the developers are very supportive of it, which is super cool. Do that like that instead. Football Manager. Yeah, Factorio pretty much never goes on sale. The devs think that it is well priced for what it is, so that's also you know, I think it's a great value for the number of hours that I have put into this game. The amount of money that I paid for it is dirt cheap. You know. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Westler. Okay, so we've got our... Flora coming off now. What else did this system need? It needs to be bootstrapped on barrels. And I need to go... Yeah, the demo... I don't think they ever really updated the demo for updated versions of the game, so it's a little bit different, but... Yeah, if you enjoyed the demo, then definitely, I recommend the game a lot. I have over 1,000 hours in it at this point. So, like I said, I've definitely gotten my money's worth. I wanted Augs. Where was I making those? Is that down here? Yeah, there we go. How many do I need? I need 80. Okay. All right, 80 of those guys. And I think that's the last thing for me to turn on that little bit sub factory. And then I'll need to go figure out what I'm doing next, because I've already lost my plan and my train of thought. I think it was Petri dishes, and then Zogna, and then... That sounds right. So, yeah, get the critters in there. Yeah, I would say definitely play the base game first before you start getting into mods. There's a few mods that can be helpful, but one of the things that, well, mods turn off achievements, so you at least want to start getting some of those early achievements first. Oh, you're not in the right place. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm just an idiot. That's bad. That's gonna cause problem. That should actually be okay. Okay, water's coming through. That's all coming in. I think we're gonna have enough space on the belt. Hopefully, as things cycle around. Not... Yeah, oh yeah, we've got huge empty space. Yeah, things are just clumpy right now. It'll take a little while for the sushi to balance out. What was I saying? Yeah, I definitely recommend playing at least through most of the base game. If you have experience with other factory games, it'll just be a good... Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's like I said, I'm playing a very heavily modded version, so there's a lot that I have to build, but also, you know, building big just for the sake is fun. But yeah, it's getting bigger and bigger. You could see up here was my base before I got rails, before I had trains, and it's all just like a mess of belts snaking around everywhere and not as well organized. And then now that I have trains, I've been slowly working on getting things organized and kind of building all these sub-factories. I have enemies turned off with this, with really complex mods that add so much automation challenge. The enemies are more just an annoyance than anything else. But yeah, there are enemies that are turned on by default. There's a little bit of like a tower defense aspect. Your factory makes pollution, and that angers the bugs, and they'll come eat your base to stop it from polluting. And some people really like that, and some people turn it off. Do we have science again? No. We're trying. Yeah, I have the DLC. I don't have it enabled here because this mod doesn't support it. But I enjoyed the DLC quite a bit. I do recommend, you know... I do recommend playing through at least some of the base game before you decide to invest in the DLC, but yeah, I really enjoyed the DLC. I'm looking forward to more of the, you know... The DLC changes a bunch of how things work, I think in a good way, but it's definitely taking a little bit of time for the, you know, the modding community to catch up and design mods that work with the DLC well. So I don't end up playing with the DLC very often because I play modded. But when I played through it, I had a lot of fun with the DLC. Okay. So these guys should be working now. Yeah, it's just taking everything a second to, like, cycle through and turn on. I might need more empty barrels. I don't think I realized how many barrels these would each have in them when the crafts are running. Oh yeah, because they're each going to want 10, so that's another, like, 200 that needs to be in the loop. I did not account for that. Okay. I have some steel. But I think that should be starting to come through. Yeah, I see manure and empty barrels starting to loop. So I do just need more barrels in this loop. But then we should start to... Oh, I didn't even think about this here. I've not... Yes, my person runs very fast. I've got a couple of speed boost items and you know, my personal construction robots and some other stuff going at this point. With a base this big, you need to be moving quickly. Otherwise, it takes forever to get where you want to go. Okay. This needs to be dealt with. Oh, that's not what I want. I mean, it kind of is. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine, yeah. Do output rich clay, and then... What's at the end will eventually spoil, and there's nothing I can do about that, but that's okay. Ooh, we don't want this coming through, though. That would be bad. Okay. So that is a little bit of manure in the system. Cool. Next, let's get glass petri dishes going. Yeah, so we got the molten glass here, and I said I wanted to I need a couple of stations in this area so that I can build those, make that one a chain signal. Okay. Oh no, I thought this would fit. Shoot. Okay. Can I make this work? Maybe. I'll have to move that for sure. Okay. I can bring that around. But that's not gonna leave room for this, is it? No. But I can take that off. Actually, you know what? Let's do... I usually play solo. Yeah. There are definitely... I don't know. I like being able to be in charge of my designs and not have anyone else try to try to change things underneath me. I don't play well with others, is my point. Okay. So that goes to there. And then this one I want to bring to like here. Here. It's a little too far. Like there. Yes, I'm from the US. Oregon, way on the west coast. Oh no, your English is fine. Believe me, I know plenty of Americans with worse English than yours. How do I want to try to do this? Oh, you don't like that there, do you? All right. I have still never been to the Grand Canyon. Weirdly enough. You know what? Sure. I'll take it. If that's the route that the game thinks is best for this train track to figure its way around, I'll take it. Ah, that was way more effort than it should have been. I guess I could have moved this one little piece of wood production, but whatever. Yeah, it's very much a roller coaster. I agree. It's not my finest work, but you know what? As the saying goes, if it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. Okay. I think that's gonna all be properly broken up into track segments. And then oh, am I out of landfill again? No. Am I out of rails again? No. Why aren't you being... Oh, the bots are just slow. Okay. Okay, so we need to be bringing in here... fluid drop-off. Is all. I can't see anything. So, yeah, we're gonna need... I've built this already today. This is just a duplicate of what we did earlier for... where was it? Not there. Wherever I had the processing to make fertilizer, which I've lost. But this is going to be an identical seaweed build to what I did for fertilizer, wherever it is. Oh, you know what? I can... There we go. Whoops. Right here. Yeah, all of this. Apparently it's slightly bigger this time, because I think this build is going to be 20, not 16. But it is otherwise identical. Are we getting science yet? We're still not. And if we're not getting science, we're not ever going to be... I might need to swap this, upgrade this to orange inserters. That might be a worthwhile endeavor. Although... Same here, upgrading this to not necessarily orange inserters onto the belt, but at least orange inserters out of the trains might be worthwhile. Because I think this is going to, like, run out of stone, yeah, while the Carrigan is unloading. I could also take stone and Carrigan from being in the same station, which maybe I should do. But it... Yeah, our stone is, like, pulsing, is what I'm seeing here. We're getting, like, a pulse of stone into the base. And then it'll, yep, run out. Yeah, I think I need to go play with that a little bit before I finish down here. I'm going to try... Well, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to make the... I'm going to use the orange inserters at the station, and we're going to split stone from Origin. So this can stop requesting... I mean, let's stop requesting both, actually, and let this station drain itself. And then down here... Yeah, solid drop-off. Alright, so this will drain itself. This one will start collecting the carriage and trains. 120 stacks is fine. And then as soon as this one doesn't have anything coming to it again, when it's finally emptied, we'll switch it over to orange inserters. And then down below at that stone filling station, I'm going to have to redesign it as well to use orange inserters. Because the orange inserters are bigger in Pi, it turns out. Here, I can fix half of this now, though. So if we cut back one, get rid of those, and the orange ones, just like that. But you can see that this side, we have to move this whole warehouse like down and back one to make room for the orange inserters on the other side. Alright, Twitch says it's ad o'clock, so I am going to go get a little bit of water and hydrate while the ad runs, and I will see everyone in just a few minutes. Appreciate you sticking around through the ad break. All right. Welcome back from the ad break, folks. Hopefully the ads were not too obnoxious. I know a 3-minute ad break is long, but I try to minimize ads as best I can, and the best way I can do that is to just have one quick break an hour where I also get some water, and that way you don't have to miss anything. And we can all stay hydrated. Does this go one back? No. So that goes like that, and then here, and this one I decided I want this one to be cranes too. So I'm gonna, or not cranes, but whatever these are. Stack inserters. Oh yeah. That too. Okay. So I think, let's see, we want signals in, oops. This can request stone again. That'll be... It's basically the same thing, just different. That'll be this. It'll come right up here as before. And connect in. Alright, so that'll be stone in. And then... as soon as this is empty, which should be shortly... Oh! Whoops. I just realized that's only been emptying at like half speed. There we go. Now we're running a full belt out. As soon as this is empty, I will switch it over to this same template. And we will get it... what am I trying to say? We'll have both of these upgraded, and then I'll have to go down here to the source, get it upgraded. And that should give us a lot more capacity for stone in, like, the whole system. Wherever the source is, right here. So this will all need to be upgraded as well to those inserters, the orange ones. And that should increase our throughput a little bit. Are we done here yet? We're not done here yet. All right, let's head down and let's start working on the stone source trains first while things are kind of busted, and then we'll go back up and fix up the sink up there. All right, past trees, past the little roller coaster, because there wasn't quite enough room for the normal intersection design to fit. All right, all of this comes up. All of this comes up. Ooh, did I grab enough of these things? I may have needed to... Okay. So this will be stone pickup. Yeah, I'm gonna need more of these. You can copy and paste. It only automatically builds when you copy and paste if you have construction robots. But you can still, you know, even if you don't have the building to build, or if you don't have robots, it builds these little holographic ghosts so you can, like, see what you want to build. So even when I don't have, you know, bots yet, I'll still often copy and paste just so I can see what I want to build ahead of time. Okay. That should be stone into this whole thing. And this will have a lot more throughput. Working with the stacked items. And then over here, this thing needs to get the same treatment. Which, unfortunately, means that my inventory is about to get messed up. Alright. And then inputs here are... yeah, this is basically the same... just like that. Okay. So, yeah, I need a bunch more of these orange inserters to finish this actual build. And then... we should be much better off here as far as the ability to load and unload trains at some of these stations quickly. And that will help us, hopefully, a little bit with getting the stone up to the belt base in a timely manner. Is just less time at the stations, less linger time? No. Maybe linger time is the term I'm thinking of. There's a technical term for it. But let's see, do I have enough? These guys? I might need to come back and grab a few more of those before I go back down. I want to see if the... over here... is this station emptied? Yes. Okay. So all of this goes away. It is replaced with this. Yeah, that offloads those. Oh, I see what I did. I missed this. But there we go. So this is requesting, yeah, a full warehouse of stone. This will be requesting a full warehouse of the Kerrigan. Cool. And I think I built enough carriage and processing to handle a whole belt of this stacked. I should be... Yeah. This is enough to handle, like, 2 full stacked belts. So now we just need the actual carriage and provider station down below. And that might mess up my 2430 plus a few more. I think I need like 30... What do I need? 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 34 of them. Okay. And I've got 39. That's good enough. I only use them in a few places now, so... I don't generally need to have them in my inventory. They're nice to have when I need them, but... And then hopefully, fingers crossed, this will be enough to fix the... Well, it probably won't completely fix stone, but it'll at least keep it moving a little faster. And that's what matters. Alright. These guys are all... Yeah, this is just waiting until it can load. How do some of these have different... Oh! Because I did this backwards. Good to know that I messed all of that up. Yeah, and these guys are, I guess because their natural stack size is bigger than what comes out of the miners here, we're getting a little bit of... These ones at the end kind of don't always run full speed. But I think that's okay. And I think all that I really care about is that... we should see this load very quickly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's mostly this side that's doing it because we're, like, weirdly belt limited on this side. Okay, so these guys have a stack size, whatever it is, 13. But the belt stack size is still only 2. Interesting. So I think for these guys... For them to be most efficient, we want to do this. And then same with the pickup guys here, is say hand size of 2. Which doesn't quite work. Yeah, because their rotation speed isn't quite enough. So maybe we double it. Maybe we say 4. There we go. We'll do the same thing here. Oh, dear. That's not what I want. That's definitely not what I want. Yeah, stack size 4. All those are 4, 4, 4. Okay. And that should just keep them running more regularly. I'm not sure if that's actually more efficient than having them, fewer of them pick up more. Maybe I just don't mess with this part. Maybe I just let them go. At any rate, this is... I mean, it's pulling through a lot more stuff now, that's for sure, which is what we wanted. And then up here... Yeah, because these output however many items a second with their stack size of 13. Yeah, it looks like, well, the third one runs every once in a while, so we do still need 3 of them, apparently, which is silly. But this is now a stacked belt coming out, and it's fully saturated. Will we be able to maintain a fully saturated stone belt? Probably not. I guess what I could do here is I could stick to blue inserters here, so we're just using a single unstacked belt of stone into the base, which I think is maybe more reasonable. But it's going to take a minute for, like, this Keragen byproduct to catch up on processing and get pushed through. But as long as this is pulling out... enough. And it seems to be. It's not backing up here, right? Yeah, we're processing it all. Okay. But yeah, we go through the stone very quickly. And yeah, these are both set to 2 pickups. That's only set to 1, but that's okay. Okay, I think things are okay. We've got manure, we've got, yeah, nothing has come over here yet because nothing is backed up here. That's fine. I should check on... Where is it? The Vrock food. How are we doing here? Cool, all the biocrud is gone. That's fine with me. All right, I think all of this is fine. Let's get back to what we were doing, which was petri dishes. So we want carbon dioxide, and we want saline water. That'll come off of there, and I need space for like 20 of these things, which is a lot. Oh, right. We still don't have the tech done that gives us this better recipe that I'm trying to design around. And I keep hoping we're going to get enough stone coming up here. Oh, here we go. We got a second load of stone before this one emptied. That's a good sign. What's going on down here? Wait a second. Did I do something stupid? Oh no! Okay, it's not that bad yet. It could be a lot worse. But I do understand part of what's going on with my stone supply. I had previously set up a system so that spare stone in the logistics network would automatically get turned into landfill. I also, however, just added a couple of buildings to the logistics network that require stone, which means that I added a stone supply, which means the bots are happily just turning all of my stone into landfill. They are doing what they were told, and what I told them to do was bad. Yeah, all of this. Goodbye. That should help a little bit. Let's see here. We might also need... I mean... Yeah, this is going to keep trying to turn moss back on. And every time it does, we'll get a little bit of a spurt of some useful stuff, but... Yeah. Okay, yeah. I see things running here. That's a good sign. I see green dots on some of the buildings, so science might turn itself back on. Let's go back up here. Sorry, I just realized that I have a bunch of Keragen in my inventory, and I just want to drop that off up at the Keragen station. This can only process so much Keragen, and I think realistically it's more than... Well... Oh, this still has 10,000 resources in that one little spot? That's funny. Realistically, we can make a lot more of it than that can process. But I think, you know, ultimately, this isn't supposed to be our sole source of stone. And that it has kind of been our sole source of stone is because the rest of the base isn't turned on. And I've said this before, but like, if we don't have metal processing going, then we don't have the stone byproducts that come from doing copper or from... Oh, why are you unfueled? That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Am I out of... Oh, I must have broken it. Nope. Yes. Did I thought I... Oh, I broke the power. Oops, okay. We gotta go fix that, because as always, I broke something last time. And then... I'm gonna go back to where I was trying to build the Petri dish build. We'll try to get that done. And then... let's see. Over here. Sorry. Walked right past it. Because, yeah, this... The water output from turning biomass to ash here is supposed to go to this, and as you can see, it is not powered. It's not powered because... Oh my god. Because everything is terrible. That's why it's not powered. Oh, that's better. That works. Okay. Now... Oh, now this isn't powered. Oops. I guess I needed that one. The question is, will this system turn back on? And I think the answer is yes. Which is cool. Yeah, and that'll get this side running through again. Yeah, give it a second, it'll all come back on. Okay, let's go back to this glass build. Oh, right, I need to copy that. Here we go. And And this is going to be pretty much the same as it was up top. Like I said, this is basically the same build again. Nine. Ugh, I need one more of these. Okay. We gotta move it just a little bit. Okay. Of course. That is half of it. And then I think what I did was like that. And then I want 2 of these guys. And so that should be pretty much everything there. And now we just need to copy that, flip it vertically, realize that we can't build it where we want to build it, move it a little bit, put it right there. Then we'll cut this and do it right there. Oh, and I forgot to do outserters. All right. And then I need to be able to hook up all these fluids. The input here. And I'll also need to figure out, like, power. I think at this end is where I'll do the looping. Loop around for the 2 halves of the system to share all of their fluids. There we go. That'll be an awful lot of oh, I'm out of power poles. Oops. Okay. Well, that's fine. When I go back to the mall, I will grab a bunch of power poles. That's fine. So... okay, we also need empty petri dishes, and we can make those easily. And then it's seaweed into agar, directly into petri dishes. And that's in 10 machines. We also need the hot air from this. Yeah, that's fine. We can do the empty petri dishes down here. One, two, three. Making petri dishes. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, that'll be empty petri dishes. This will be the seaweed. So now we need our 10. It's going to be an automated factory paired with a high-pressure furnace. And making petri dishes. Okay. So it is just one of these, and then one of these. And each of these will get a stack there, that like that, power pole. So this is read contents, and this is only enabled as long as petri dishes is less than 100. And then that outputs to the belt. Except... we actually need that. Because we also need the input here of the empty petri dish. And then this will be our output. I don't actually know which way I want that belt to go yet, so... okay. I think this is more or less right. We turn off the seaweed input. This is making agar. These, oh, this also has a fluid input. Yeah, let's get that ready to go. There we go. And then this output with the empty dishes just comes right over here. Steam still needs to be hooked up. That's fine. This will be seaweed. How much seaweed a second are we actually generating here? 10. Okay. So this comes up to here. And then we're going to have an output that needs to be like... I guess I just put it right here. Solid pickup station. Clear some more of the trees so I can see what I'm doing. Yeah, then this will be... like that. And then how much of these are we actually making? Just 2 a second. Okay. Okay. That looks more or less right. I'm sure I'm going to find something wrong with it when it's time to turn it all on. But... yeah, we're inputting the empty dishes here. How many do these make? Only 0.66 a second. All right, these can actually be yellows, not blues. I think that's like 2 a second of Petri dishes. Ooh, science is trying again. Not as good as it could be, but it's trying. Let's head back up to base. Let's grab inserters. Let's grab power poles. I'm almost out of belts as well. We'll get this done. And then we'll see if we can figure out what the next... what was the next thing? I guess it was Zogna. Because we have lamps. We have logs. Here, let's look at the... YAFC. Yeah, Zogna's the next one. Because we just set up the Petri dishes. We'll need to bring in Petri dishes, lamps, logs. We make the wood on site. I should actually do that. Oh, it's exactly 1 wood processing unit. Wow. And then the heat from... yeah. Heat from fiber, 5 incubators and 6 burners is going to be a funny setup, but whatever. And then we'll do the Zogna. Yeah, should be good. I actually think I could do 5 incubators and 6 burners without any heat pipes. I could try anyway. It might not work, but I'll try it. If I just alternate, well, we'll see what the heat inputs look like these days, because a bunch of that stuff changed with updates, so... yeah, so we're still... I think we're still sporadic on getting enough stone into moss production. Oh, no we're not. We've got moss production. It's running. Okay, so I think we're just waiting for moss to catch up again then. Because every time this thing falls apart, it, you know, it takes a minute for everything to turn back on. I might have caught it on time this time, though. Yeah, moss is still backing up across a few different branches, but a bunch of these are running, and I do see, yeah, these guys, the rocks are being rendered, which means we should have up here, yeah, we've got rubber. It's not fast, but it is... Rubber is happening again, which means that science will be happening again. Okay. What did I come up here to get? I needed power poles. I need gray inserters, which I don't have because all of our iron is being used. All of our iron has been being used. On what? It's going this way. Oh. I don't think I realized how much of an iron sink these orange inserters were. Well, that's a problem. Yeah, I mean, we're keeping up mostly on small parts production. Mostly. Might actually be falling a little bit behind. But yeah, the plates are not making it much further than that. That's not good. Oh, we don't need this anymore. Okay. Yeah, that's not good at all. Well, I can handcraft what I need to finish that build, but makes me nervous, of course, when I see the base not happy, especially the basic inputs to the mall, like iron plates, when those are not working right. I get nervous. Oh, this needs to actually be plugged in. There we go. All right, these are going to be making whatever it is they make. Oh, I still need to actually hook up the CO2 and the saline. So let's, like, get those done. And then CO2. Okay. And that'll be CO2 into all of these guys. Saline water will get delivered soon as well. I may have forgotten to put an exit on this. There we go. Figure it out. And... okay, that should be Petri dishes. Obviously, it's going to take some time for this to turn on, and we're also waiting for molybdenum and then the seaweed stage to actually give us this recipe. That's fine. We have time. All of these only turn on if there's less than a stack in here. Yeah, and these only use one agar at a time. Cool. So I should have no waste in here. It will break when... when will it break? If we don't have molten glass. which we currently don't, because we don't have pure sand? Yeah, okay, I'll have to check the pure sand build. So I do still need to handle... potentially not... I need to be able to handle the potential of there being spoilage in the system. Which we'll just do, I guess, like this. Biocrud. Okay. That should be able to handle now, just in case we end up with any biocrud. It'll end up in here. Why is pure sand stopped? Pure sand is stopped because... coarse fraction. Okay. And I knew that I didn't have a coarse fraction sink yet. So that needs to be a thing as well. Oh. Well. I made a mistake. This wasn't hooked up, so this was always requesting. It didn't realize that it was full. So this is going to have to empty, and this is going to block, which means if any stone needs to get up here, it's going to be blocked until this empties. I mean, it's fine. It's emptying, but... I should probably make this... Okay, while I'm waiting for... Well, I need to make the coarse fraction. Some use for coarse fraction so that it doesn't just sit there and pile up. That absolutely needs to happen. But I want to go up here and I want to change my stack inserter setup for the Kerogen output so that it can sync 2 belts. Because the whole system, the processing system up there, can absolutely handle 2 belts, or at least it's supposed to be able to. So if I can... And that's going to make my whole mall even further behind on iron, but that's okay. But yeah, let's see if I can get this to process more Kerogen more quickly. That is the name of the game right now. Is to be able to get rid of all the Kerogen that's coming from the stone mine below. Okay. Let's actually do like that and like that. And then input priority left here. This will just prefer this one machine whenever it can. And then the rest of it will want to come through from all of these. Oh, and Twitch is telling me that it is time to run another ad, so I will let Twitch do that, get some more water for myself, and I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around through the ad break. Okay. Science is still not happy, but it's trying. We do have plenty of stone now. I was just watching this, and, the carriage and belts are emptying reasonably quickly, which is great that this is going basically as fast as it can. And it looks like stone is catching up. certainly it's not getting pulled through that fast anymore, which is what I expect when we're sort of not running. Moss is still catching up. That's a big part of the issue here. But as moss catches up, yeah, this is catching up. Rocks should all be turned on at this point. Not quite. Yeah, things still aren't quite all the way stabilized. But it's close. And we should be seeing science, like, really fully turn on soon, I think. So hopefully we'll get through this. If it goes back up to 8 science like it's supposed to, then we should see it go closer to, well, 0's not good. But we should see this go closer to like half an hour left, maybe a little bit less. And then I'm not sure how long this is going to take. 600 science at 60 seconds each. I don't know. A little over an hour. We might not get that new recipe, the seaweed recipe that I've been building everything around. Might not get unlocked this session. Just for warning. We might not see it all turn on, but if we don't, it will get turned on very readily, very early on next week. So I think the next thing to build is the Zogna build. So let's find a spot somewhere. And Zogna can be a pretty small build, I think. So we may not need to go too crazy with it. If we flip back to Yafsi, the Zogna just needs to do, well, we chop some wood, and then we've got petri dishes, lamps, and the wood into incubators. We've got fiber into our burners. Like, this is super simple. 3 items in, 1 item out. So we can kind of do it wherever, honestly. You know, if there's a place that I could tuck a couple of stations and have a little room to work, we could do that. I'm not sure if such a place exists, to be clear. I guess we have a couple of stations here that we could do, kind of over where we're making asphalt. Because this is pretty low traffic, and the Zogna will be pretty low traffic too. So I think hooking them up to this area would be fine. So let's do that, instead of making a new build for the Zogna bacteria, or a new kind of pod, siding. It's not really a siding. It's a branch. That's a word. It might even be the word I want to use. So we're going to have a fluid pickup station, and this is the Zogna. And a solid drop-off station, which is whatever's in between. Oh, and I need more steel. Great. Okay. Let's, yeah, let's go grab some steel. I should check these guys. Yeah, some of these are still not on. And is it still... Yeah, it's that we're still not getting enough barrels through the system. So I do need to put, like, a couple hundred more barrels in here, at least. Because it's just not keeping up. Going as well as things ever go. It's the usual, something's always a little bit broken in a base this big. But I've got the stone flowing better, so science is running again. But... what did I need? I needed to grab a little bit more steel so I could do some more train stations. I needed to grab more empty barrels and yeah, of course. Like I said, I really enjoy this game, so I'm always happy to encourage people to play it. Out of engine units? Oh yeah, because this soul system has been super screwy. Fair enough. It's a good thing I don't need those parts. Okay. Do I have what I need to go finish this build? Is really the question. I'm hoping so. Yeah. Surprised. Well, maybe I shouldn't be surprised we're not getting more out of this. It does seem like it's running. This side all running? Yeah. Yeah. And... okay, I think I got what I need. Let's head back down. Let's try to finish the Zogna build. And then we can do... I don't know. I need to decide if I want to do a centralized urea build or if I want to put it on the rest of the rails as a standalone thing. It's only a couple of machines to do urea on site from manure, but manure processing can have a byproduct, right? If the manure spoils into clay. So doing urea processing in one place is nice because I can deal with that potential byproduct in one place. So that, I think, to me, says that I should do it in one place. But first, let's go get the Zogna done, and then we'll do urea, and that'll be the last thing in fertilizer, and then we will have finished today's side quest and still be nowhere near to any of the things that were actually on my to-do list today. We have done none of them. We have done nothing from the to-do list. But we're unblocking... oh, that reminds me. I need to also unblock, force fraction. Let's look at that real quick before I keep going down this. All right, so there's coarse classification, gravel stone oxide. That's fine. And then there's this tar from coarse fraction. Tufras need it. Interesting. Okay. And then other stuff. Okay. So I guess the coarse fraction... course classification is probably what we want to do. And we can do this at like one train station. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. But let's finish what we were working on over here first. What are our requests for the Zogna? We want log. We want lamp. And we want... what was the third thing? Oh, Petri dishes. Right. We just spent a bunch of time building these. Petri dishes. Okay. So... from there... what is our actual use of each of these? No more than 2 of any of them. Excellent. So we'll do... Petri dish here, and lamp here. Actually, we have room to do it like that. Oh, I forgot to make a... wood processing unit. Fortunately, I have the stuff for it. Literally just 1 second. All right. There we go. Hey, Kellen. Welcome in. Yeah, I added a few new things. Have all the ones I added been approved yet? There's still one work in progress, but... yeah, I've got... which ones do I have? I don't even remember what I set as, like... free versus... tier whatever. Okay, yeah. The Uwu and the Spaghetti Monster are, the tier 1 ones. I've got one more coming up for tier 1 as soon as it gets approved. Yeah. That's what channel points are for. Okay, this will be making... wood from the logs, and then we're coming over to... right. This is the weird... I forgot I also have... okay. This isn't quite right. It's close to right, but it's not quite right. because this has to go up one more. There we go. And that all needs to go up one more because we're going to have one belt on the back here. Oh, it didn't have to go up. I had one space. Well, crap. Never mind then. We're going back down. Nope. Nope, never mind. I was right. It just looks like it fits. This will be the fiber. And then... How did I run out of incubators? I had 5 of them. Interesting. I must have accidentally used one as an ingredient in another... Alright, these make Zogna. Darn. So the thing that I wanted to do, I'm not going to be able to do. I'm going to have to figure out how I want all of these to be... heated. Because it does take 6 burners. For 5 of these, which is frustrating. How am I doing it up here where I'm currently making Zogna? That's a question. Oh, the required temperature is only 200. Okay. So the burners can be further away. They don't have to be... Sorry. My stuff is broken. Let's do that, please. So I can have the heat come in... on, like... Yeah, here... Do I have any heat pipes? I have some heat pipes. Then one more. Good measure. Okay. So all of these go right there. Our inputs are 1 log, then everything else that needs to go in. Or 1 wood, rather, not 1 log. Okay. And then... the pressurized air output, we're going to have to kind of do this thing. And pressure pump right there. What does this need? Pressurized air. Yeah. Pressurized air from nothing. There we go. That's what I want. All right. And then 6 burners. And Ooh. Oh. It's fine. It's just annoying. No, it's fine. Let's just pull these over a little bit. I have space. Let's see. How do I do this so that I don't hate it? Let's do half and half. Let's do these ones like here. These ones like here. That way it all fits through. Nice and neat. And then fiber. Okay. And let's add fiber to the requests so that this actually gets the fuel it needs. Okay. So that'll run these guys. That'll heat this up. We're not getting the Petri dishes yet because Petri dishes aren't actually being made yet. We've got another research we need to do for that. That is fine. That is going. And then our output is here. And then that'll be the provider station for the output. Okay. Do we have... Did I fix... fiber? It's trying. Eventually, yes. This poor base needs a lot more trains, apparently. Oh, how's this doing? I need to deal with that very soon. I didn't even think about that. I forgot that was a thing. Yeah. I'm gonna have to try to get a station to actually pick up this ash very soon. This is all the ash from actually running my trains. And I need to make that... I'm going to put that on the to-do list at the top. I'm not going to do it right now, but pick up ash from trains. I'm going to add it to the top. And I'm going to say, make train ash priority 2. Also fix train coal to be highest priority. Okay. So what I'm saying there with my notes is that I want to make sure if there's ever any ash in, or if there's ever enough ash here, we should always take from this, because if this ever backs up, it breaks the whole base. Right? So, and same with keeping this fueled. Ooh, yeah, this needs to be station priority 2. There we go. That's already fixed. And what that means is this is higher priority even than any high priority things in the base, right? The most important thing is keeping the system running. Now, do I need... Oh, I've got plenty of coal. It just needs to know that it needs to bring it. Oh, and I should actually let this also fill this. It should always keep this as full as possible. Obviously, we still need way more trains running all the time to keep the system happy, but... Alright. With that... Why are you unhappy? Why are you trying to deliver more things? Oh, yeah, your train limit should be like 1. Don't be doing more than 1 delivery there, please. Okay. So I think Zogna is built. Well, except for this 1 incubator, because apparently I didn't have enough of them. What do I need for another incubator? A little bit of titanium, actually. How close am I to titanium? Right up there. Okay. Let's just make that last incubator so it's done. And then we'll figure out what the next goal needs to be, which I think is doing manure and Zogna to urea. I believe that is the goal. Where am I going? So yeah, these need petri dishes and they need heat. That's fine. Petri dishes will turn on when they turn on. And then... yeah, let's do the manure plus Zogna to... manure plus Zogna to urea. Because that's just 2 buildings and it's a couple of train stations. So that should be easy to build. I just have to decide where I have space for it. I actually do have some space right here for a small build. Where is that? Right up there. Alright, so our stations that we're going to need a solid drop-off station for the manure. We're going to need a fluid drop-off station for the Zogna. And I don't think that I realized that this patch was in use, and I don't think that this is going to fit here. So as I was saying, we're going to need a solid drop-off station for the manure, a liquid drop-off station for the Zogna, a solid pickup station for the urea, and another solid pickup station for any spoiled manure that's turned into rich clay. So that is a grand total of 4 stations. Are we missing... oh, I'm missing rails. That's horrible. Okay. I'm gonna have to run back up to base then, unfortunately. But let's just make sure that we can let's see. Solid pickup. Like here. Here. Solid drop off. Here. And fluid drop off here. Okay. So the solid drop-off here just requests manure. Whoops. And then that feeds into... I mean, right now I just have one of each of these buildings, so I guess we're just doing one of each. But liquid manure, which then feeds into urea. Oh, whoops, I turned off alt mode. Sorry. And then I guess we'll do them like that. That way, like, that connects. And then if we wanted to stack them, it would be like that. Yeah, that's not so bad. Let's see. We don't have any modifications to make here, so that one can go as is. And then... yeah, turning off alt mode by accident is, like, the worst. Actually the worst. Oop. So let's move all of this over. One more. These each make 3.75 a second. All right, that's 2 of these. Going in that direction. Yeah, so this would be like a whole belt of urea out if we were to build it at this scale. So I think that is fine. We don't have to build it all now. We have the space here. We see that it will work. And obviously we don't have the belts yet for that. Down here... all right, water in. Let's do that. The input of each of these is going to need 1.25 manure. Which is 2.5, 5. Okay. We'll just call that this. And then at the end, anything that spoils is going to be rich clay. All right, there we go. And then so I think, well, we're not quite. Manure. Oh, we shouldn't need blues for the manure out, or sorry, for the rich clay out. But for the urea out, we will eventually when the system is fully built to scale. Okay. So this should be urea once it is Zogna bacteria. Oh, I need to actually hook the Zogna up to the system. That would help. Cool. I mean, I think that's it. I just need to go get a bunch of rails and some other stuff. Batteries for combinators, yeah. Okay. Although I'm unsure where it thinks it needs a combinator? Is that... Oh, is that one still ghost? Okay. Cool. Let's head back up to the mall, and let's hope that we can get some of the things we need. Oh, and we are finally working on the seaweed as well. Great. So that'll unlock... I've been building everything in anticipation of this new seaweed recipe. So nothing that I've built has turned on today because it's all waiting for that seaweed. It's either going to be a huge success when it all turns on and I'm going to feel great, or a bunch of stuff is going to be broken and I'm going to hate myself. There's no in between on this particular day. How's iron going? Hey, it's still backed up. Or not backed up, as the case may be. Okay, no. We're finally starting to get iron backing up all the way down here. So, progress has been made towards actually catching up with the demand of the mall, which is fantastic. Oh, of course, that's what happened. I walked past where I have some of these other extra... This can't run this many of these anyway, so, like, I should turn off a few. Yeah, that should work. I think we were only running 2 of these anyway. 3 is pushing it on the heat. But yeah, the base doesn't use that much Zogna up here anyway, so that's fine. Where are we going? We're going over here. Let's see. That needs to be a chain in. Chain, rail, chain, rail, chain. Yeah, that's fine. Chain, rail, rail. Get rid of that signal. And if that one is a chain, then I think I'll drop one in the middle. Just to keep this section running a little more smoothly. If it becomes a problem. Okay. So in theory... what would I need for more bioreactors? Steel. Okay, not worried about that. Oh, I forgot to grab... Shoot. I forgot to grab the stuff that I needed for this combinator. But that's just batteries. I don't have to go all the way up to the main base for batteries. I can grab batteries from the electronics factory. Okay, so I think that'll be... So this is requesting manure now, right? Yes. And do we have enough manure for it to get a delivery? Absolutely. So it should get a delivery of manure. Oh, rich clay here needs to be set as high priority, because that's a byproduct. And this is normal, because this is the output. This is just going to be the urea itself. Input-wise, yeah, Zogna's normal. This is normal. That's fine. Let me double-check down here. Did I make the... Biomass, yes. And rich clay pickup stations, yes. They are high priority appropriately. I might need to switch one of these inputs to be the inside lane. I don't think enough stuff is making it through into this sushi belt. Let's head down there and get that fixed. What does this say? 40 to 50 minutes before that seaweed recipe is done and a bunch of stuff that I built finally turns on. Yeah, so this... I'm gonna bring over here. We're gonna do that, that, that. Yeah, we're not gonna meter this at all, basically. We'll just let this fill the whole inside lane. And then that'll be that. Everything else can fill the outside lane, which right now is 600 and 300. I'm going to go back up to the 800 and 400. Oh. Well. Oops. That has also been bugged the whole time, which is funny. But, okay, and then the other thing I want to do from this is if I do that, and like... No. I need to do it... Shoot. What I want to do is I want to get any... You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It'll just spoil, and then we'll be done with it. And this needs to be... Need to have 2 guys here. 1 for biomass here, and 1 for... fluorospalanin, so that the decay works right. Oh, nope, that's actually inserting if I do that there. How about right here? And these guys go up right to there, and they just get filtered right out. And that will be fine. All right, and this is going to try to put, yeah, a lot more water barrels and a lot more moss in the loop. And hopefully that means that more of these guys will start to get it. It's a long loop, so... whatever. But yeah, this should catch up and be, hopefully I want to see all of these running, right? Not just half of them. That is the dream, is that it actually works. I mean, apparently I need several more trains. I think I need to fix this all so that this can get picked up and so that this is all appropriately out of the way. So let's do that. Let's figure out what that looks like. Do I have enough rails? Yeah, I should. This depot area that I built predates my whole rail grid, so it's a little funky and always a little painful to work with. But what I think I want to do ultimately is if I grab a straight piece, and I kind of center it here, and this is not where like a straight piece would normally be centered. You can see that things don't line up. You know, it would be somewhere out here. And I'm not sure which of these guys it would be lined off of. But either way, kind of, I think, just want to take, like, this. Right? And then same thing here. And now we can replace this and this with two proper stations and then loop it around. And actually, we like bring this down to like that's a little chunky. Let's not do that. That's better. Okay, there we go. And then we'll have a solid pickup station here. A solid drop-off station across from it. Actually built across from it and not just pretending to be. There we go. And then update the combinator here. So now this is requesting our high priority whatevers. We'll get rid of this one as a station entirely. And then the output of this one will end up here. Let's try to clean some of this up. That's fine. And then we'll do this. Input priority right. And what that means is that, again, there we go. It'll prefer to empty this before it switches to this one, basically. And then here, we'll make this, again, priority 2, request threshold 1. Well, it doesn't matter what the request threshold is, because we're not going to set it, because this is just a provider station. And we'll feed in the ash from here over to that. And then once this ash has been emptied, we don't need to have this warehouse here anymore. All right, Twitch is about to run an ad, so I will let it do so, and I will see everybody in just a few minutes, and we will figure out what the next thing that's horribly broken is. Welcome back, everyone. I appreciate you sticking around. I know a 3-minute ad feels long, but it is the shortest ad that I can run to keep pre-roll ads turned off. And I do always try to take a little break myself, get some water. That way no one has to miss anything interesting when the ad is running. So I think what I want to do next, while we're waiting for this seaweed tech to finish, which will unblock various things that I've built today, is we need our pure sand build running again, and that means that we've got to start cleaning up this coarse fraction. So that is where we're going next. We just need to get a quick build for the coarse fraction management dealt with. How are we doing here? We are getting glassware slowly but surely. We are turning back on. All right. Okay. What do I need to grab up here for that? Let's grab a little more rail. So I have it. You have stations. You have some signals. Clear some stuff out of my inventory. I think... yeah, classifier, I just want one of, and I think we're making these already at the base. Yeah. On the way, one. So somewhere up here, I am making classifiers. Maybe. Yeah, here it is, classifiers. Lo and behold. So once we get that, like, I think that's literally all that we're doing is, the one classifier machine and then breaking all of its results off into other train stations. Like, this is a very, very simple, build. But it'll unblock pure sand again, and that'll unblock other things. Boy. This really is not keeping up. And I don't really have a way to expand it. What I could do, and maybe what I should do, is grab rails from here. I mean, or here. Here is harder. Rails from here and go up and across. And then we'd drop a train station up here with an iron request. And we'd pull, you know, potentially a fully stacked belt, use one of our fancy new orange inserter-based request stations. And, speaking of fancy and orange inserter-based request stations, where's, why are these empty? Oh, there we go. It's going. All right. It's just slow. Okay. Did we get our classifier yet? Not yet. Come on, bots. I have confidence in you. Would have been faster for me to go over and pick it up myself. Which I might just do. Although it is nice to get our trash slots cleaned out. But yeah, we really do need more iron coming into the main base, and I think the only way we're going to make that happen is with is by hooking up to the rail base and pulling iron, because we do have a huge iron and steel build down here, which is capable of bonkers amounts of iron a second. So that would be the way to go. Oh, I dropped down these ash outserters, and then I didn't power them. How long has this build just been totally broken, and I never noticed? I mean, apparently it worked long enough, but you can see that the ash outputs were full in all those buildings. So I'm going to have to go down and fix that, and then we'll do the course classification and get that going. And then, I don't know. We'll have to see what the next thing that makes sense is. All right, I'm done waiting. I'm going to take this one, because apparently it's right here. All right, so first things first, swing by iron, get power to those outserters for ash, and also make sure that I'm routing that ash out now that I have things that will actually consume ash in the system. Well, I have a thing that'll consume ash. It's just the fertilizer, but it'll consume a lot of it, so... Yeah, these guys... all need power. And this does come around. Okay, up to an ash dump. Cool. And that is properly set as a high priority. Yes, that is a high priority station. Okay. The next thing that I need to do then is just set up classification. I'm going to do that down here. Doesn't really matter where I do it, so let's just do it. Okay. And then one straight segment, two straight segments, and a circle at the bottom. Other thing I want to do is lay down some radars because we are off the bottom of our map coverage here. And another one needs to go, like, here. Alright. Bots will take a minute to get all this built, and then... the actual classification build is going to be pretty quick. And then, yeah, this is just transferring the ash from here over here And then as there's ash demand on the base, we'll always pull again from this first. This is priority 2. It's the only things that are priority 2. I guess I could set it to a higher number, like, to make sure that I will never accidentally make anything higher priority than these. Is like, these are priority 99. There you go. And that'll make sure that they are always the most important thing for their respective products. Okay, let's get the classification set up then. I just made one classifier because it seemed like it works quickly. But we'll see if I did my math right on that. What just happened? Oh, how did I do that? Ah! Sorry, I somehow managed to, like, get my keyboard focus over a different window. Alright, solid drop-off. And then solid pickups. So the solid drop-off is going to request... Whoops. Oh, I'm going to need a bunch more blue inserters because I always need more blue inserters. Okay. So solid drop-off is going to request... course fraction at 120 stacks. And then that is going to be fed just directly into this classifier. Because apparently, yeah, this will take in 20 of the things. We're actually going to go like that. And we will use the fabled orange inserters. Because 20 a second is a lot. Actually, you know what? Let's even go so far as to make this one of these. There we go. Now, if I take the classifier... There we go. Now this is going to spit out... 13 items a second onto one... Oh, that's annoying. Okay, I do need another one of these then. Just due to throughput issues, which is silly, but... Because, yeah, this one will come out here, this one will come out here. They'll merge. Because they output more than half a belt of, like, stuff in total each. And that means that they can each spit out half a belt. And they will. But they'll start to back up on, one byproduct or another. And then all of this just needs to be, like, sorted. So we're going to do, I don't really care. Stone first. And then the other two products go out, and yeah. So this can actually be a low priority sink, because I consider this to be just like burning through course fraction. But then, as usual, when we do this thing where we're processing something that's a byproduct, we want to have higher priority on the things that come out of it, like so. All right, and with two of these things, we're outputting, like, well, all of this scaled to 1 belt a second, which is awkward, but I think YAFC might be able to do it for me. So let's try this. So if we're doing course classification, we're going to bring in course fraction. Bring in course fraction. Yeah. And then we want our total fixed production amount. Oh, wait. I forgot. These have, because these are belts stack now, we actually can get everything out of 2 of these. I wasn't even thinking about stacking belts. Cool. All right. In that case, we will clear fixed production amount and set this to 2. So yeah, 10 stone a second is like 4 of those, and 2, and like 3 or 4 as well. Okay. And then iron oxide is 4 a second. I'll use yellows because I can. And then gravel is 8 a second. There we go. Okay, so I need some blue inserters here to finish this. And this will also give me more stone and gravel for the rest of the base, which is cool. We always need more stone and gravel in the base. And that should also have let this turn on. Yes. It might be nice to switch this over to the high-capacity pickup. I'm not sure it's necessary. I'm not sure it was necessary to do the high-capacity drop-off. But if I notice that this is like sitting mostly empty at some point, I can do that transition to stack inserters for those stations. All right, I know there's a few blue inserters sitting over at the depot. There's like 6 here. Yeah, there's like a dozen that I could pick up over there, which is exactly how many I need. And that way I can let the poor mall rest a little bit. Alright, so course classification gets sand going again, which we need as an input to... 1 second. Sorry about that. What was I saying? Yeah, the coarse fraction processing gets pure sand running again, which will get glass running again up here. Yeah, molten glass. Which will, at the moment, just finish backing up on glass panes. But yeah, here we go. It'll also start making petri dishes for us. Or the empty petri dishes. So as soon as we have this seaweed research done in, well, this says 33, but we're at a high spike, so it could be a little less than that. And again, we might not get to it before I call it a night. We'll have this running. Yeah. And then that'll also, that seaweed, that same seaweed recipe is set up here for the fertilizer build. And fertilizer is just waiting for, well, 2 things. It's waiting for the urea, and it's waiting for the seaweed. Urea is up here, and is just waiting for... Why hasn't this gotten a delivery of manure yet? That's weird. We have enough, right? We should have plenty of... Yeah. We have a warehouse full of manure. Why hasn't this gotten a delivery? I'll set the train limit correctly for one thing. But... yeah, I am. Alright, I'll play with that in a second. Let's grab these inserters so that I can head back down to, Alright. That's the 12 inserters that I need for the... How's this doing? Slowly but surely emptying. And then as soon as this is empty, we just, we remove it, and we just hook the output directly. But... yeah, why is this not set up? Is something wrong with the train blocks? The train blocks all look fine. This is a standard provide. It's got... wait, did I... Yeah, you're a request. Our request is negative. Oh. Because I did negative 30 items, not negative 30 stacks. There we go. Figured it out. So that should get a delivery of manure up there. And then pretty much we just will need the seaweed to turn on. And the seaweed turning on gets us everything else that we need for these builds. All right. That looks like it is moving and grooving. We might not quite be keeping up on the stone. Yeah, I did plop down one more inserter ghost, but I don't have the inserter to actually put in place. It seems like it's going. All right. So yeah, this is going to just try to turn all the course fraction into other stuff. At some point, we will have to deal with the amount of iron oxide that we're going to get, but it is 1/10 of how much coarse fraction goes in. And the stone and gravel, we obviously have other uses for around the base, so we'll be happy to have both of these running as well. So I think, and actually having another high priority gravel source means that we'll be pulling from this less often, which will also eventually lower our demand on stone, because this system will finally back up, which is what it's supposed to do, is just kind of back up and be there as spare gravel. But until, you know, again, we have enough other stuff creating what we need around the base. But this is good. This is running. How is this going? Okay, it is nearly empty again. Cool. Maybe this doesn't need to be... Maybe the one down there doesn't need to be either. But it's too late I did it. So... And I think we're going to have coarse fraction as byproducts from other things. So, like, having that station be efficient is worthwhile, I think. Maybe that's some post hoc justification, but come on, seaweed. 26 to 30 minutes. All right. Let's see how the mall is doing. I suspect that it is still a cluster, but there's only one way to find out. Oh no! We're catching up. Okay. I'm sure that I could still break it very easily, but... Okay, so with that, has this done a delivery of... Yes, this has done a delivery of manure. Oh, these should be set to, yeah, decayed first. Because, again, we want to use the oldest manure, get it cycled through. Otherwise, it's just going to sit in here and turn into whatever. Actually, what I should do is filter all of these to manure with decay priority, and then bring in... Yeah, I'll head down there and I'll tweak what I'm doing there a little bit. That way we can get some slightly different... what do I want to say? Make sure that if stuff does decay in the station, that it gets cleared out separately and doesn't block us from pulling manure out that we actually need to make what we want to make. There we go. Those are the words I wanted to say. So yeah, if these guys all go here and kind of do that, and these guys can be set to the rich clay, which is the decay product of manure. Throw all the manure in there. Grab this like that. Do that. There we go. So that should work better. Well, it'll be a little more robust. I think it'll be fine either way. Yeah, and then the Zogna themselves are all still waiting on... Hey, stone being loaded. Excellent. The Zogna themselves are all still waiting for the Petri dishes, which is waiting on this science. Excuse me. All right, I think I'm gonna call it here. I'm throwing in the towel. I don't want to wait around for another half an hour for this science to finish, and I don't really want to start a new project at this time of night. It is well, this is my actual local time up here, so it's almost 8 p.m. I have not had dinner yet, so I'm gonna go have dinner. I'm gonna call it. Thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. It's great to see the viewer number sitting at like more than 1 for most of the stream. That's fantastic. I love it. And as always, thanks to folks who watch these VODs on YouTube as well. If you are watching on YouTube and want to join live, there is a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. And it's also, of course, always appreciated if you want to do anything to feed the algorithm, because feeding the algorithm always does help small channels like mine. Alright, that's my usual outro. And with that, I think next time we're going to have the seaweed research. We're going to be, I think, in a pretty good place to actually be moving forward next time. We ended up doing a lot of like byproduct mitigation that I had been putting off in the rail base. But I think next time we're going to be ready to move forward with the things that are actually on the to-do list, which is all of the things we need to do, again, pushing towards artificial blood. Thanks again, everybody. I will see you all Tuesday for more Pyanodons, and I still haven't decided what tomorrow's stream is going to be, so it'll be a surprise for me as well as all of you. Have a good night, everybody. See you, Kellen.